Okay, my name is John Lane. It is Thanksgiving 2024. I'm a programmer, and today what I want to do is I want to sit down and I want to show the full process of coming up with an idea for a program, a piece of software, designing that piece of software, getting it up and running. I want to do that in the simplest way possible. So I'm going to show you the stack I use with my students, which is the same thing we teach all of our 9th through 12th graders in the Kansas City area, which is Python on the back end, HTML and CSS on the front end. Okay, very simple web apps. And I want to show that full process. So you're going to see the nitty gritty of me kind of going in semi-blind into this problem and trying to figure it out. I'm also going to show you how to leverage AI. So I'm going to be using Cursor for all my programming. And the goal of this is to really show the full messy process and just show how it all looks. Get it all online. Get it all into a video that I could potentially edit and cut down. Potentially, people might see this in the future. Potentially not. I don't know yet. But let's start. Okay. I want to create an application today. I've had this idea for a little bit, and I can show you at least the document that I have created in terms of what it may look like. I am going to make a college advisor. So I work with a lot of high school students that are trying to figure out what is their next step after high school. And for a lot of them, it's going to be college. They are computer science students that are interested in software. In Kansas City, we only have so many colleges to pick from. So it kind of, limits the selection. And then there's some other colleges outside the area, but most of our kids will stay inside the area. So I want to create a college advisor for just the colleges that are in our area, which is not that many, pretty limited amount. I want to have some sort of search that has graduation rates, maybe the degree types, what the demographics look like. I want it to make it useful for my students so they can search and figure out, is this college a good fit for me? Right? And there's a lot of questions you ask yourself when going to college, right? I went to KU, and when I went to KU, I was really centered on two things, right? My degree program, which was, started out as software engineering, and then my community. And so I picked KU because there was a, large community that I wanted to be a part of, and that's what I kind of enjoyed. And so there's a lot of questions you can ask yourself, right? And that's what I want to dig into. I want to start pulling. I know that there is national data out there around colleges that I want to pull, and then I want to look at some of the maybe more minor data that I have to hand pull. But that's the goal. That's as far as I've gotten so far. I've not gotten any further than this, and you're going to see it kind of from scratch. So let's start. First thing that I kind of like to do, and just a preference, is I like to start with my GitHub and creating my new repo. So I know I'm going to have a new repo that I'm going to need. I'd like to start with the GitHub aspect. I'm going to call this KC College Advisor. Okay. Don't have a description yet. I'm going to keep it public because I tried to build everything in public. I'm going to add a README. We are going to add a git ignore for Python. Licensing. If you don't know anything about licensing, pick none. Right now, I'm not going to pick a license because I want to keep it open until I decide on a license I want. There's a lot of licenses out there, right? Some of these licenses mean you put it out there, then somebody else that picks it up is going to be able to, it's going to have to keep their code open, Some of these, they can take your code and do whatever, just kind of depends. So I'm going to keep it open for now. I don't want to get into licensing at the moment. Okay, I have my repo set up. I'm going to take my link and I'm going to pull it into my thing. So Cursor is just it's almost exactly the same as Visual Studio. So the same thing that I would do in Visual Studio is the same thing I do in Cursor. If you don't use Cursor, that's okay. I would encourage you to use Visual Studio. So I'm doing the Control-Shift-P to open up the menu at the top, and then I already have Git installed, so I can clone. I'm going to paste in that URL, and then I'm going to save it in my GitHub folder, and then open it. Okay. So and this is the part that would be hard for you if you've never created a piece of software before. I already know the stack that I want to use. I already know, what the layout of kind of the routes may look like and things like that. I already have a lot of that in my head. Stuff that you would not have in your head unless you've done this before. So don't worry too much about that. I will try to point out where, you'll pick up things and can extend things and things like that. But we need to start with some simple things. So one, we need to start with our actual app. So we create our app file. This will be the file that starts our application. And so to back us up just a little bit and maybe start creating some documentation around this. Okay, our front end is going to be HTML, CSS, JavaScript, pure JavaScript. Libraries do we need? We will want to use these styling libraries. So I'm going to use Bootstrap 5. Optionally, we may need to use HTMX library, but that may be just a personal preference. And that's our front end. Most of the code we're writing is going to be HTML, CSS. I really don't like JavaScript, so you're going to see very little of that and some Bootstrap. Right, that's everything on the front end. Same thing we teach kids. The back end is Python, but we're using Flask. Okay. If you've never used Flask before, it's a framework that allows you to create websites pretty easily, and you're going to see a lot of that coming up. That's going to be the most complex part of this, even if you understand Python. The other thing we're going to be using is, I think it's called Flask SQL or something like that. ORM. I really don't like dealing. We're going to be making a database, right? And our database layer, I guess I could put database here, and that's kind of where the Flask ORM goes. First of all, I use SQLite for my database. I do this for a couple of reasons. So in the past, and you'll see in some of my other projects, I will use actual I'll use something like Postgres if I have the preference. Once before I've used MySQL. I try to stay away from anything Oracle. I like SQLite because it is nice and easy. You don't have to install anything. It runs on every browser, every computer in the world. Okay. SQLite is good for almost all your use cases. There are times you don't want to use it, and that's when you start getting lots of users, and you might have some locking issues with multiple users trying to edit the same thing. Okay, you don't have to worry about that if you don't have users. The other thing is it's very easy to switch out databases. So if I design this as an SQLite database, to turn this into a Postgres is just like a flip of a switch. It's really not that hard. So we are using SQLite 3, and then, like I said, Flask ORM. SQL is pretty good. And the reason you're going to see this is I use like an ORM around the SQL. So we are not going to actually have to write much. We're not going to have to write any SQL code. All of our database management is going to be done using Python variables and things like that. Our model in our database is going to be very simple to use. So if I want to sort something, I don't have to write an SQL query to sort it. I pull that data and then I can sort it just like I would in Python with like dot sort or something like that. Okay, just makes our life much easier. And that is my philosophy, keeping it simple. keeping it simple for me, keeping it simple for my students. So that's where we're going. So we need to start creating this first part of this, okay? Which is going to be like the application. We are going to have a file for routes. Okay, so all the backend routes, and we'll talk about that going here. We're going to create a folder for templates. This is where all of our HTML goes in. And so we will create our first HTML file, which is, of course is going to be index.html, which is always the first site of your website. And then we may even create, while we're at it, a new folder called static. And we're going to put in here styles.css, our base styles class. Okay. And now we would begin. We would start writing from Flask, import Flask, all this. And you're going to see I'm going to be taking some shortcuts here, right? Live cursor. So it starts to put this out. It's giving me my first kind of index, things like that. I don't think I like that. That's what I want. If main, and then app.debug. Make me look. There we go. Okay, I don't want that. Important thing to note, as you're using something like AI and Cursor, you need to understand the code that it's generating. If you can't read the code, then none of this is worth anything. You're going to get part way in with AI generated code and be completely lost. You're going to see that I read through all the code, I kind of understand what's going on, and I'm very careful about how I go about it. And so I would advise the same thing for you. Okay. Let's run this, see what happens. So we started our first Flask route, right? One couple lines, and I've started a web server. Now there shouldn't be anything on my web server. Should give me a 404. Yep, okay. So life is looking good so far. Let's create our first route. So we want to do an at route. We want to do an index route. Okay. So a couple things. I've imported from the app this app. Okay, so that way I can create all my routes. Okay, and it's connected to here. So it's pulling this Flask app. We also need to import our routes inside this app. Okay, this is our main generating function. This will start our application and run it. Once we get this up and going, we're not going to really have to edit this file much at all. I have my index route now that will, if the user goes to the base URL, right, with nothing there, it's going to pull the index, which is the first page. I currently don't have anything in our first page. Let's have Cursor generate a very basic index page to start with. Okay, let me see. It's giving me quite a bit. I'm going to apply it. Doc type looks right. Tiles my site. I don't want any style like this in here. We'll add our own style. In fact, that's how we will add our style. So this is the first thing that I would add is our style sheet, right? Our styles.css. Since we're using Flask, there's a little bit of a change, right? We're using URL for the static folder and then the style. So this folder is attached to this, right? Because our styles is in static, we can do static and then have styles.css here. We have a div class container. Container's kind of worthless if you don't have that, but so we will probably remove this class. We don't need that. In fact, we don't need that at all. Headers, good. Navigation, that's fine. Our main contact and our footer is in here. Couple things that are good in here. You see, this is semantic HTML, something that programmers have kind of fallen out of the way that you should use as well, right? The header should be in the header HTML tags, the main should be in the main, the footer should be in the footer, and things like this. Now, there's a couple ways that we can view this HTML that if you wanted to inspect it right now. So I think everything should be set up. That should be good to go. But let me show you first. If I wanted to open up a live server for this HTML file, and if it's a full HTML file, not a component, you can test it that way. But let's just reload our server and see what happens. See? Oh, there we go. It is it's loaded. And so you can see here, it is running, and I will run it again. So a couple ways I can run this. I can type python app.py. That runs my server, and then I can Control-C to stop it. Another way is I can just go to app and then run my server, right? That works as well. And then I Control-click to, click into there. It'll give you the address for that server. Doesn't look great right now, so maybe what I'm going to do is I'm going to give my AI a picture of this. Okay, and I'm going to tell it, let's improve the design with a simple style CSS. Okay, so we're just going to have a very simple, hopefully very simple. I really don't like CSS. But mostly because I'm a designer. Programming-wise, it's great. Programming-wise, it's fantastic. But that's the problem, is most people are not designers, and programmers mess this up all the time, especially the cascading part. Couple things that I'll mention on the CSS, if you're not familiar with the cascading part, right? We can overwrite things and things like that. So we're gonna have a base style, and then we'll have styles that we edit with, and we can see if our new style, this looks great. Much better than I could have came up with on my own. Of course, our links don't work right now and things like that. Kind of go through, this removes the margin and the padding. This creates a bounding box. So things can't, if you expand some of your padding or margin, it doesn't affect the border. We set the font family. We set the size of the font, the line height. The color of that font, the max width of the body of it. You can kind of see that here where the body's not going to the edge of the page, right? It's going just here. We set margin on the body, the padding, the color on the background, what the heading color looks like. Border radius. So the border radius is how you get those rounded little edges. Okay, that's where we get the little rounded edges. The box shadow is where you get that little shadow down here. H1, we got some color to it. Navigation, we've added some margin to the bottom of it, where that's where you get the little X there. For the nav links, we have changed the color. Okay, only if they're links and they have text declaration. When we hover over it, the color changes slightly. In the main section, we've added again the border radius for the rounded edges, the box shadow, the margin on the bottom, things like that. Very important you understand the CSS that you're adding, okay? Because you're going to have to eventually go back and change something in the styling, okay? So it's important that you understand that part. Okay. We have a website running. It says, welcome to my website. We have this, we have that. Okay, what's the next steps? Well, I'm just going to go in here and start with what I think, I've started with KC College Explorer. Right now we have an about contact. I don't think we need that. I think we need like, I don't know, colleges or something like that. Actually, I probably don't need to edit most of this right now. Let's talk about our next kind of steps. So, or no, yeah, let's do this. Let's add another page just so you can see how the Flask application works, how we add to it, and things like that. So, let's say I want to add a college page, right? Right now, if I go to it and I reload, I can't go to colleges. So every time you add a page, the first thing, you need to add a template. And so we'll create a template called colleges.html. And what I can do is I might just copy and paste what I have in my index, my template there, and call this colleges. Okay, so we have a little bit of a difference in there. A couple things to note, it uses the same style sheet, but we have the nav in two places. So if you've been programming for a while, one of the concepts you have is, what's dry, don't repeat yourself, right? This would set off a flag for me, and this we will change here in a little bit. Okay, so we have our college page. We've created the template. Now we need on the back end to create the route that will deliver that page. Okay. And so what that means is we need to think about, okay, what is the URL that they'll go to when they go to our page, right? If our URL is xyz.com, what is it xyz.com/what to go to our page? And in this case, it could be colleges, okay, and that's what this part is. So they would have to go to xyz.com/colleges, and that's how they would get to our page. In there, we will create a Python function that just delivers that page. All it does is it renders that template. That's all it does. That's simple. And it finds that template in our template folder where there's an HTML page that's called that. Okay, let's see. We reload, we go to home, we go to colleges, we click colleges, and we load. And depending on, there we go. Sometimes it takes a second when it first changes, but now we can move between two pages. Okay, that's good. But what I wanted to know, the navigation. So let's work on the navigation while we're at it. I'm going to create a new file called nav.html. In that nav file, I'm going to move this part. Okay. So that way, this code is included in one place, but I can include the code via this line in every file. So that way, if I need to edit the nav, if I need to add to it, because I'm going to have to add to it, I only have to do it in one place. And then it'll update in all these places. The hard part to understand if you're new to this is that this is an HTML component. It is getting loaded into other HTML code. Okay, so, and we can actually kind of look at this and explore this a little bit because it's important to understand. That I can break, especially in Flask, this is really easy. Outside of Flask, you can use a library like HTMX to leverage this, but we can really easily put in pieces of code. So what does this look like? Like, if you inspect it, you won't even be able to tell. The code looks like it's just inside the HTML file, right? It just loads the code in. That's it. It's that simple. And so then we have one place to edit both those places. That'll make our life really, really easy. Okay. I'm going to take a 2-minute break, and then we'll be back where we'll need to now explore a domain, okay, and understand our problem. Now that we have created our app to kind of get up and going, we need to figure out what data are we collecting, what data are we going to show, what do we want that to look like. We need to actually start creating our application and thinking through a lot of those problems. Okay, welcome back. Now we are going to dive in to figuring out what data do I need, do I want to pull, how do I show that data, and some of that. I know I want to start with the IPEDS data, just because I'm familiar with the data source somewhat. I know that the data is going to be useful for me. It includes things like enrollment, institution name, address, just things like that that we can use to kind of get started when working on our things. So, and you can see here, like there's a lot of survey components, right? How much they complete, finances, costs, a lot of data in here. And they have their own data explorer, right? Um, you know, um, but does anybody know how to use it? I don't know. My students know how to use it? Definitely no. And it's definitely not Kansas City focused, right? And that's the other thing is there's data that exists out there everywhere. A lot of it is not focused to your locale. And if you just collect that data and show it, there's a market there. Okay, I'm going to download the first two, HD 203 and IC 203. So these are um, institutional characteristics. All they're going to contain is things like directory information, educational offerings. There's a couple ways that these data files exist, right? We can have stata data files, we can have programs to open these, and then there's a dictionary that goes along with the data files. So I've downloaded the two files. I've actually put them into, or I'm going to put them into a folder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder and call that data. I'm going to open this up. And I'm going to move the downloaded files in here. And we're going to see these data files are probably going to be super, not confusing, but not as usable for human use as we would want. Sometimes you get data files that are straightforward, sometimes you do not. So let's open the first one and kind of get a look. And we can already see there's a lot to this that it's not useful just looking at. So one, we can see, we can see there's some sort of ID. There's all these columns, and inside these columns are numbers that are attached to the data, right? So for this institution, this is probably some college. This is some sort of field, and this is saying whether it's true or false, most likely. -2 may stand for something else. Some of these may be actual counts. That's what we need to figure out in the dictionary part. There's things like when they encode things like R and A's, those all stand for things. So the next thing we need to do is download the dictionary. I accidentally picked a data set that's not going to be super straightforward to work with. My bad. I would say, it's 50-50 shot if you need a data dictionary to decode the data. And if you need a data dictionary to decode the data, you're not going to have a good time. But the process is easier than it used to be, right? Used to be that, you'd have to match up all these things and things like that. So let's look at this. The data dictionary contains all the variables list, okay? So this is the variable that we kind of saw in there, and so let me pull this up maybe side by side. And so we can kind of see, let's do side by side. Okay. So PEO1 STR is the occupational. So whether they have, whether it's an occupational college or not. The second one, PEO2 STR, is saying whether this is an academic college, right? This one is saying whether it is a continuing professional college, whether it is in a vocational college, whether it is a high school. developmental college, the category of college, right? These say whether they give certificates, things like that, what is useful here. So there's a lot of things that I think I do want to include in my eventual database, right? I do want to include whether the college is occupational, whether it's academic, whether it's continuing professional, whether it is recreational, and all this, what their, what degree offerings they have. But right now, this is not useful. This is not where I want to start. I need to start with the name of the college and the ID, right? This is a unique identification number of an institution. So the first thing I want in my database is a list of colleges and their ID numbers. And that is not from what I see in here. Okay. These also give descriptions on all these, right? So if you weren't sure, you could look at those. Something else I kind of like is frequencies in here. So you can kind of get an idea how many of these are, what did we say? That was like a occupational college, right? Versus academic. And we kind of see academic colleges and vocational colleges are pretty close. That's kind of crazy. But again, this is all good data, but not what I'm looking for. Okay, but good route to go down. I'm just going to peek at this to see if there is, yes, there's institution name. So this might be where I want to start. And we have my colleague here, Silver, who is helping us. Yes, unit ID and institution name. Okay, this is what I want. So now I'm starting to think. The first thing I want is a model, a database model inside my app that will have this unit ID, this institution name, even the alias, and maybe even a lot of this data, right? City, oh, look at this. I can read a lot of this. This is great. This is where I want to start. State, zip code. Some of this we don't need to worry about, these are probably like who's in charge and things like that. There's a lot to it. Okay, you don't need to jump on me. Okay, this is where we'll start. So now that I kind of have an idea of the data I want and where I'm starting with, I'm going to actually start creating my first model, my database. Database design is a key aspect to an application. You do it wrong, you're going to have a lot of trouble down the road. But you don't need to worry about that if this is your first time, your second time, right? You need to learn those mistakes on your own. And we'll kind of talk through them. The important part is, I think in my experience, it is better to break your database into smaller tables and sections than have large pieces of tables. Okay. I can talk through, horrors I've seen beyond comprehension when it comes to having so much data in one table that it's just not needed. Now this, we want to start with the institution. So let's think about what our first table is kind of called. So, maybe we have a table for this data, institutional data. That'd be good. Institution, maybe. College, institution. Okay. So we're creating a new file. We're going to call it models. One thing I'll mention is, depending on the application, we may even create a folder that contains the models and a folder that contains the routes. So then we can break up the routes and the models into smaller files, right? Because you're going to see here, as we start getting bigger, it's all in one file. And we're eventually going to want to break that up. I traditionally do not do that until I have to. But I just want to mention it here. So let's create our first model. So we have a class. I'm thinking like institution. Yeah, okay. And we're starting to get some of that in there. Let's see. Now it wants me to make my database here. but I'm not going to. I'm going to make it in the app. And then inside the model, I'm going to import it. Why am I going to do that? Experience, I think. Okay, I need some other things too. Okay. So I need to fix this. Not quite have it right. I know I need the URL and like the binding scheme inside here, but I forgot what the exact syntax. SQL setup my new model. So I gave it this app. I told it, hey, in the models, I'm trying to set it up. This new SQL, I'm just having issues. And that's what I'm looking for. So these two lines is what I was expecting. This creates our SQLite database file, okay, which is right now just called site database. And then this is whether the modifications are tracked and things like that. Then we create the database, and then we import it into our models. Create a database. You could do. Yeah, I might also need some like create. Create all from my DB and my app. I think I need that create all, so it creates the database tables inside my app file. Yeah, with context. Again, learning from experience here. Okay. This is all kind of Flask details and things like this. We only need to set this up once for our models file. For my students, you do not need to understand this right now, okay? This part is just setting up all of our SQL stuff, so we only need to do it once, and then we can keep adding models for the rest of our lives. Let's see if it runs. It runs, but is it working? Who knows? As it's getting up, we still don't know, right, that the database is working. How could we tell? Well, one, we see that it actually did create a database file. And I think it's important to understand, like we can use something like the DB browser, and we can actually open our database. So I'm gonna open up ours. We are in Advisor. Okay, and I can browse the data. And currently there's no tables. So no, I don't think it worked right. But I don't know. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. Okay, let's talk about as our model. It started with a couple things, and I think I'll start with these, but I'll probably end up removing these things. But this is helpful to at least illustrate. We are using SQL Alchemy, okay, with Flask. This makes it so we can set up our classes like this and then use our data directly like a Python syntax. Remember, anytime in your database, you want some sort of ID, okay? These are usually auto-generated, and that's what is here. This is the primary key. It's an integer that's auto-generated. I don't have to worry about it. Every time an institution is created, this is going to be auto-created. Why we want that ID, for several reasons, right? Name's not going to be enough to be unique and things like that. We want something that we can identify the piece of data. The other thing you'll notice when we do create the data is we select the data type, right? And in SQL, there's not a lot of data types, right? There's like text, which is strings or characters. You have numbers, which can be integers or decimals or floats, things like that. We have like text. Text and strings are kind of the same thing, right? Date time, bool maybe, and that's about it. There's not a lot. The other thing that we is good practice is setting whether it is nullable or not. And remember, nullable just means whether you can set that, whether it cannot exist. Okay. And what I mean by that is, let's say we're typing in an institution and we don't have the description. Do we need to put a description for every institution? Well, no, right? So it should be nullable. Should allow it to be false. Should name be nullable? Now it put name as false. Like it could allow it to be empty. I don't think. Oh no. So false means that these can't be empty, right? So yeah, we never want the name to be empty. As we look at our institution names, right, they're never empty. If it's empty, then it's kind of useless to us. It'd be a useless piece of data. So you can think about something, whether it is nullable, means that it can have empty data. And a lot of data is nullable, right? It is that required data that is not nullable. Can't be empty. So for institution name, nullable will be false. For alias, nullable will be true. So we will do alias, and nullable will be true. Okay. Location, right? We may not have the location when we first put in the data. We may not have the description when we first put in the data. So traditionally, most of your data probably will end up being nullable equals true, just because you want to allow yourself to have that freedom to leave that empty in case you don't have that data, right? I'm not, for every institution, there is a location. So I can make this nullable equals false. But if I don't have that location when I'm putting in that data, then I can't put in that data. So that means that it's a required piece. Okay. Very important to understand that piece. And that's something we need to figure out. Is this required or not? If it's required, then nullable will be false. So let's dip back a little bit and start putting in some of our other ones. So I have alias. Oh man, okay. What's the best way to do this? Can I not no. Okay. We'll do address. And something to think about. Like in other data systems, an address may end up even being its own object, right? A lot of times people will break down addresses to be the street number, street name, building, suite, county, city, all that kind of gets broken into the address. In this case, we'll just leave it as the string that it has in there, right? We don't need to do anything crazy. City, state, let's see. I don't think I need phone. I'm guessing that everyone has a city and a state. It's interesting that not all of them have an address. But if they didn't have a city and a state, it'd be kind of useless for us. So I'm going to put this is false. This is false. Address or zip code I'll leave right now. And we notice as we look at the data on the zip code with two different types, right? We're going to have to figure out how do we strip the 4 digits from here and make it the same type. I don't know what that is, so we'll come back. Do I care about that right now? Probably not. Anything I can't tell, I don't know. Web address would be good. admin URLs, interesting. Oh, for admissions, okay. We'll do web URL. And we can always add stuff later, right? I'm just looking for the first kind of set of things. Interesting. Okay. I guess I am gonna pull down the. Do I have the dictionary? I might already have the dictionary. Let me open the dictionary. You got chief administrator. I still don't know FBI state code. Okay. Disability. Interesting sector of the institution. Okay, what am I looking for? I'm looking for FI1. Okay, in case it's a multi-campus organization. Interesting. I don't know. I'm going to take that data right now, though. County name is good. And then longitude, latitude. Let's do that. You'll notice on longitude and latitude, right, it's a float because it's going to be a decimal. That looks good to me. And some of these things, I'm being right now, I'm not being as careful as I could be, right? I am not limiting the strings to what I could be doing, like on state, right? If it gives me 2 digits, I don't need 100. Just some things like that I'm being kind of careless on that I could go back and figure out, right? I could figure out what's the maximum of these things and really limit them and make this better. But I'm working a little fast. Okay. So those are the things we want to start with and pull. We can see it's trying to give me some like what you would represent the class with, but I don't really care about that right now. Okay. Now let's do this. I am gonna create the page to show this data. I am going to create the routes to add to this data. We're going to create all the CRUD applications around this data, and then we'll create an import for this data. That's what we'll do. And we can start it on this page. So okay. First thing I want to do is I want to create a form for adding to this to the colleges. So what I want to do, and I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to, because what am I doing? I'm importing. I'm thinking through. Here's what I'm thinking through. Do I want to create a folder to contain this sort of route and the work I'm doing with the idea that I will potentially have other routes and things like this, right? I'm looking at one sheet of data right now. How many sheets of data will I need to import and things like that? There's a lot of options in front of me. I think what I want to do, though, I do want to create a new kind of folder just called spelling's not my strong suit. And inside here is where I'm going to create my first file for add. Institution.html. And again, I'm going to leverage AI. So it's going to be a very fast process. So what I'm going to do is I need a form for adding to my model. And add model. My base style is that style. So I wanted to build a form for me. I gave it my model, so you can see that model, what it looks like. I gave it the style, right, the style sheet, so it could look at that and kind of see how to approach that. And then I also gave it an index just so it could see how I've done things in the past. So let's see. And you can see some of the Flask things that are, oh shit, are in here. Extends index. Do I want it to extend index now? I don't have a base class. Do I need a base class? Yeah, that's what I should have done as a base class. Okay, this is just reminding me. What this is trying to do is it's trying to extend from the index to add this, okay? So this would be a piece of the index file, but that's not what I want. I want this kind of be its own thing. So it's not what I want. So I'm gonna erase that. The rest of it kind of looks good. This will do a post with the add institution, so we'll need to add the route, right? It's adding the name based on the text, the alias based on text, address, text, city, state, zip code, web URL, county, and then allows the longitude and latitude entered, though. Entering the longitude latitude by hand would be kind of weird. Okay. So I'm gonna edit it by saying this will be a standalone page that will be linked from at colleges. So we need to add a button. Goes to this page. So this is gonna be a standalone page. I want a button on my college page to come to this page, right? That button doesn't need a route, though this page will need a route, right? This page will need a post and a get route. That's something we haven't really talked about on the routes. These are just delivering, and these are actually get routes, right? You're getting something. In fact, we could do some methods like get, and we probably should to make that better, right? You have and I'm talking off the top of my head, so I think this is right. You have 4 options when it comes to your methods and getting get, and they are going to um, align very closely with your 4 options when it comes to CRUD, right? And remember, CRUD means create, read, update, delete. Those 4 options will allow you to do anything. So we can get something, right? Like a page. We can post something, which means we are moving data from the front to the back end, changing things. We can update things, which, I should know more about, but I probably use post for my edit, which is maybe not a good thing, but whatever. And then you can delete things, which we'll use for the delete. So that's what we're kind of looking at. Okay, this is going to add our button here. And really the only thing that should be new to you if you haven't used Flask before is this part is in our URL. Remember, we're using the URL for add institution, and this will connect to our route. One thing to kind of mention, if you break your routes up, you may potentially need to add a qualifier before the route, something like if this is institution route, so maybe like something like that, but we're not there. Okay, so we've added the button. We are going to redo it, and this is going to redo a lot of things. I don't know why. I think it's just moving it. Okay, and this will use, we have the styles. This uses our nav bar. This has our thing, our footer in it. That looks pretty good. Now we need our routes, right? We have created kind of our front end. We've done all our front end work. None of that matters without our back end. And it's kind of already done a lot of the work for me. This is the route that I want to use. So, if they go to institution/add for our website, this is where they'll get to that form, right? That button will take them there. But technically, if they went to xyz.com, institutions/add, they could get there too. That is just how that works. This also should do a post, which it does not look like it does. That will post all of our things. So the next thing I want to do is I want to, I had some style for the button. So let's add some of the style. Let's look at it. Adds margin to the button. It's going to make our button blue, which that's okay. And then when we hover over it, it's going to be a different blue. Which, okay, that's fine. A little bit of a rounded edges on there, right? And then it looks like there'll be a transition. So either I'm guessing that's on hover, but we'll kind of see. Maybe that will be on load or something like that. And this is the goal that you should be going, is you should be able to visualize what it looks like based on the code before you see it. Okay. And then have my route. I just want to ask it, like, does it look like? This is a good route for getting. I don't think it's going to be a good route for posting. But you know what? One way we can always tell is just by doing. Just by doing. Am I currently not running? Let it start back up. Why I'm suspect of the posting is you would expect, yeah, it must be the transition to color. You would expect some editing, right? You would expect some posting of the data, some sort of messing with the data. Posting, you're taking the data that'll be in here and then moving it to the model. And so I would expect more stuff in there. Okay, we can see if this will fail. So like traditionally what I would do now is, and what I will do is I'll ask it, going to correctly post to the model. Yeah, so we'll handle the post. There we go. And that's what you traditionally see. If you have one method, because you could split this into two routes that have the same URL, but two different methods. So you could have the route for the get and the route for the post. Traditionally, what we do is we have something that looks like this. Oh no, I broke it. Okay, they tried to keeps trying to import the DB instead of just using the app. I don't know why. I don't think. Oh, maybe we do need to import. Okay, that's okay. There we go. Here, the first thing we do is we check to see, is it a post method. So this is this getting kind of in the weeds in the front end, right? But this is looks at what your method is as you on the front end what you did. So if you press a button, it's going to do a post method. It's then going to try to create this new institution with the form data. It's going to try to add that data to the database and commit it. If it successfully does that, it's then going to move to the college, back to the college page where we were. If that doesn't work, it rolls back what happened. So nothing, you don't break the database. The data doesn't get added. Life is good. Hard part for students to understand is um, this is checking to see if it's a post. If it's not a post, then it's a get, and that's what this does. So there's not like an else. There's not a second if. It just automatically goes here if it's not a post. Okay. Sometimes students kind of struggle with that, but these will handle both the get and the post aspects of this method. And the get will happen when I load the page. Okay. So here, I've loaded the page. The post will happen after I put in some stuff. Oh, do we have text for zip code? We should probably turn that to like a number. Boom, we get an error. DB is not defined. Okay. So it is a problem with my definition of where my database is. I'm pretty sure that's because what I talked about with my app. Get this error. Model is here. Set up in. Okay. Well, didn't I import it? It looks like I imported it, bro. It just reordered my index. Why would that fix it? Okay, let me try this again. I definitely messed up somewhere. Oh, I need a secret key. My bad. Secret key, my guess, is used to do all the encoding. I didn't realize I needed it to do this, but you learn something new every day. Okay, I hit add institution, and then it came back here. So one, that's not what I expected reading the code, right? After I add an institution, I expect it to go back to the college page. So what went wrong? Well, let's look. We look at our thing. We see that we got a 3. Let's see, 304. We got successes. We all got successes, so it doesn't look like something failed. Let's look at our route again just to check. If there's an error, it goes back to add institution. If not, should redirect to colleges. We didn't get a flash, most likely because I don't know. Okay, let's look at the data. It's interesting. Not what I expected. We still don't have, we don't have a table. So that's our problem. It's not this problem. It is a problem with this. Explorer. So our table's not getting created. Our table's not getting created. 100% not getting created. And it's probably, okay. I think it's because it's out of order. Maybe. The other thing I would do is anything doing with tables or SQL stuff, I would 100% stop my application, then rerun it, so it can get up and recreate some of this stuff. A lot of the stuff that we'll edit and change will automatically change because of our debug equals true here. But that's not always true, especially when it comes to some of the database stuff. Okay, let's open the database and see if there's been a change. And there has. Look at that. There is an institution data now. Okay. So most likely what was happening is exactly this was working right. It tried to do this. It was not successful because there's not a table. So it sent me right back to that add institution. What I am frustrated about is, one, the flashes don't really work, so I don't know that I need to necessarily do that. In fact, I'm going to take just 2 minutes. Let's look at Flash, Flask, Python, because I don't really... I don't know if I've really gotten that to work. Because these are messages that are supposed to pop up. Do I need to... Huh. How do I need to show it like that? Okay. Okay. It's interesting. So maybe let's try to get the flash messages working. I think it'll work now, but two things I want to do is I want to get the flash messages working. I'm also kind of frustrated when it made a mistake. It went back to this page and it cleared all my data. So I'm actually going to have it fix that first. So in this function, goes back to the form but clears all of the data. Yes, because I do not want it to, I want to keep all the form data. So it's probably just going to send that data back. Okay, so it collects all that form data and then just sends it all back. Is that necessary? No. But it's so easy to do with AI that we might as well knock it out. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, let's update the add institution to allow that. That's one of the great things about AI, right? This is easy to do. It would be time consuming to do this if I was creating my own project. So time consuming that I would skip it. I would not worry about this if I didn't have AI to kind of help me, right? These are, I mean, it's all stuff that I can easily do. All we did is we added some of these form validations in here. We added back in the form data if it's there. That way, if there's a mistake, it will come back. Now we, in theory, shouldn't see a mistake, so it doesn't even matter. But 5 minutes with AI, we've solved a problem that normally we wouldn't. Okay, let's let's type in some stuff. Okay, take me back to the colleges, so I think that works. We can look at the actual data and reload it, and we see that we've successfully added data. We've started with the C. We've created data. Next, we are going to read data. So I'm going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we are going to show that data in a table. We'll create the delete function for that data and an edit function for that data. And then we'll get to the meat, which is the importing of the data into our data tables. Okay, we are back. Now we have added data to our database. We can see it, we can feel it. Let's actually read it, put it in a table here. And so I'm just going to create that table directly on this page. I see my colleague Silver has joined us. You want to say something? Okay, thank you. Okay. I'm going to add it directly here. I'm going to create a table. Again, I'm going to leverage AI. I want to create a table to show the data from my model. And it's going to create me a pretty simple table. Nothing too fancy. Right. We see the table, it's called institution names, right? We have the top of the table with our name, alias, city, county, interactions. So it's a subset of our model, not everything. The actions that it's adding is the edit and the delete. So these two buttons or links will be in there. We'll accept that. Sounds good. We will need, we'll need update our route. Okay. And what that means is currently in our colleges, when we get the college page, right, that's all we get. But now we want to add data to it, right? So instead of it being a static page, it's going to be a dynamic page with data from our database. And that's where, in the past, you might have to write an SQL statement or something like that, but we don't have to do that. Our statements our database pool is going to look exactly like this. So we create a variable to hold our data from institution, which is our model name. From institution, we are pulling all the data. Okay. And here's where I could even sort it and things like that. I could filter if I wanted, things like that. All the data, and then we're sending it to the front of the page. So the page can do with it whatever it wants. It's going to be called institution. It is going to add some style to my thing, which is good. I don't know, I always like style. In fact, we could probably add style to the create. The add institution form probably needs some style. Okay, it creates the table at 100% width, border collapse. I don't know that off the top of my head. I have to kind of look, but that should be okay. We add a little bit of a bottom border with some colors to it. Our background colors kind of look good. For the, I'm guessing the delete button is going to be red. The buttons are also going to be smaller because they're going to be action buttons, right? And then we have some background colors. Okay, that should look good. Yeah, I think that technically is it. That's our read. We have edited our route, right, our backend. This is our read function that pulls the data. And then this is our HTML that shows the data. And here's how we show it, right? This is Flask code, but it's easy to understand, and it's paired with Python, so it should be straightforward, right? So for all of the institutions, for every institution that's in institution, we can name it, right? This is just a loop that goes through all the institution lists. And then for each one, we can do name, alias, and city. And those are coming from name, alias, city are coming from the model, right? Name, alias, city, state. So I could do something like longitude if I wanted to. I could do latitude, all that fun stuff in there. But those are the 5 things we're showing. Let's look at what it looks like. Okay, we're getting some errors because we have not yet created these routes. So we are getting errors here because these routes do not technically exist yet. I'm going to try to comment those out and see if that works. I'm worried even with a comment it may. So let me uncomment. I'm going to take those out for now. Okay. Here we have our table. All right. We have KU. We have everything I put in here. Our table's showing. This is read. We have now read our data. Nice and easy. Now let's work on our other route. Let's work on delete. Why delete before edit? Because edit is complicated. It's not super complicated, but it is more complicated than anything else, especially delete. Delete's straightforward. Delete. What you do is on the front end is you create a button for that, right? And then on the back end, you create the route that will delete that institution. So what we're providing is the institution, right? This is the delete route that we'll be creating, and we're providing the ID. We need the ID because we only want to delete that one institution. So what this will look like is we'll have a little button here that we can click delete, and that will delete that row, just that row. I have, in some other applications I've created purge buttons, and those purge buttons will purge all the data. You shouldn't need a purge button. Why I do it is for testing purposes only. As I'm building the database, I want to be able to purge that data so I can build onto it and things like that. So there's some uses for it and things like that, but you would 99% of the time it's worthless. You want to delete for a specific thing, and so that's why you provide the ID. All right, on our route, we create our delete route. It's going to look like this. The route itself is this. So technically, once again, our user could go to xyz.com/institution/delete. They could go to this route, and if they triggered this would delete that object. Okay. You might say, well, okay, if you can go to this route and delete this object, then couldn't anybody accidentally like go to that? And yes, there's ways we can protect that, right? One of the things we could do is we could put in login protection, where you have to be logged in order to delete, right? Some other things to consider is you may not want to delete at all. In a lot of systems, instead of deleting, they have a soft delete. They have a is deleted bool inside their model. So they would add like an is deleted. This can either be true or false, and this way you can flip it, and then if it's deleted, they just don't show it to the user. This way the data doesn't actually get deleted, doesn't actually get taken away, and you can get it back. That is very common. Am I going to use that for this? No. I'm just going to delete it. And this is how we would delete it, right? We use that ID that we're given. We query it, right? So we get the institution using Python in our query. We then take that institution and delete it from our database and then commit that delete. So we make sure that delete goes through. Then we go back to our college page. That's it. Let's see. Okay. Hit delete. Said method not require first URL. Why? Probably because I don't want to use a post. I want to use a delete. Okay. I know I need to delete the method. I wonder why. So, oops. Got an error that the method required for this method. Delete is not supported by HTML. Oh, only, okay, I forgot. HTML forms only support post and get. So I guess I just delete the form. Let's just see. I'm not gonna feel great about this because I'm not gonna be able to tell you exactly why. One couple things to mention that I do know. So HTML forms don't have those update and delete methods that sometimes those backend methods do. They only have the get and the post. What I don't understand is why the post method didn't work here. It didn't want a method at all for the deleting. That may be a Flask issue. I don't know. But that makes our life easy. We just leave the method out for the delete. Not a problem. And then it deletes that. Okay. While we're down this route, let's go here. Let's improve the styling here. And how I do that is I like to screenshot it so the computer knows what it looks like. And then I'm gonna give it this. I'm gonna create a new one. Can you improve the style of my ad? New institution form. Okay, so gonna mess the margin, some of the display gaps. And this is why I really like AI for this. CSS just doesn't make the same sense to me as other programming does, right? You have to, in my mind, you have to have a designer mind to think about, okay, what do I want the margins to be? What do I want the padding to be? What would look best and things like that. AI is very good to leverage what people have already done to figure out a lot of that, right? Some things it's going to add a subtle animation. So if it's invalid, it's going to kind of shake it, which is interesting. Interesting. So let's look what this looks like. Okay. Not bad, not bad. It's kind of a lot. But okay. All right, we've added our new one. Now let's do edit. We've increased the style. Now we need edit. New file edit. Institution.html. All right. Now I want an edit institution HTML file. Go to my add file. The base style is at style. Model is at model. We will need to add a button to add college action table. Okay, I'm gonna create a HTML file. I told it about the style and the model, so it knows exactly what to access, right? And then I am going to create the other things around that. Okay. Once again, kind of look through, we see the style sheet, we have the style, it's going to use the nav. We have a form, it's going to have an edit institution, right? This will be our post. It's going to do name, alias, address, city, state, country, longitude, latitude. It's going to update. Even has our footer. That looks great. This is just going to add the button, right? Small button for edit, which will probably be like blue since it's not using the danger. And then, oh, I didn't think about that. Now we need to create a route. Now we need to create the backend. Route for edit. And this route will need to do post and get, right? It'll need to do both of them. And we kind of see that already shaping up. So we apply and accept. When we see, again, the edit URL, right? It could go directly to this URL to edit it. And again, if I needed to be careful, I'd put login required and things like that. I could make it admin only. There's a lot of things I could do. The first thing we do is we query it to see if the institution's actually there. If not, we'll get a 404. And then we check to see if the request is a post or get, right? If it's a post, it's going to do this. If it's a get, it's just going to deliver the page alongside any institution information. So it's going to pull the information that's current and use that information. And we see here, this would update anything, right? And then it would commit. Then it would tell us, hey, it successfully did that, and then redirect. I know I said we were going to fix the flashes, and we never did. So maybe that might be the next thing we do. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, I might want to edit that. But we can edit. Okay. This might be KU. We can edit. Boom. Bing, bang, boom. Easy peasy. Now we've created all of our CRUD applications, right? Let's figure out that flash real fast. No flash used in my routes. Can I get to? So I think it would be the two forms I would need to edit to add the flash. I just think I don't have the code in there. Okay. Is that too complicated? It seems like a lot, man. Yeah, that's too complicated. I don't need this right now. Do I need to tell the user whether it's successful or not? Nah. Do I want to get rid of the flashes? No, leave them in for now. Okay. So interesting road to go down, but didn't lead anywhere. Okay, now I could keep adding, I could do all that. Now we're gonna create our import route. And this will be the hard part in a lot of ways. So we'll create a button, they'll go to a new form. In that form will be a page where we can drag or drop, or we can select our data. And then that will import just the data we want into our model. So that'll be the next thing we do. I'll take another couple minute break, and then I'll be back. Okay, welcome back. Let's dive in as we now create our import function. So the data I'm going to want to import is not that one. It's going to be this CSV file. Okay. And the columns I'm going to want to import. So I'm actually going to want to make sure I have my columns kind of written down. So we are going to just take a little bit of time. Oh, you know what I don't have that I'll probably need? Yeah, I'll need unit ID. Institution name. Alias. Let's see, I kind of want my model as well, somewhere close by. Address, city, state. Oh, zip, what do we have? We have right now, is it as a string? Okay. And right now, we might as well keep it as a string because of how it's formatted. What we can do is, after the fact, we can split it or something like that. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Maybe we'll do it during import. Who knows how I'm feeling. Web address. County. A lot of good data in here that we'll get later. And longitude and latitude. Okay. Really, with AI, I don't even really need to write these down, but I did. This can be for ID. No, we need to create a new one. This will be institution ID or something like that. This will be name, alias. Here I can put address. I just want to make sure I know the mapping, right? I know for sure which parts of my file are coming over. I could also delete parts of my file if I wanted to, things like that. Just need to make sure I know exactly what the mapping looks like. This part is very important. Okay, now we have our mapping, institution mapping for and what is our data file called? I'm keeping mine consistent because what I want to set it up is so anybody can come in with this data file and just upload. You don't have to be as careful for me for your data stuff. Okay. All right. Next thing I need to do is create that institution. We need to create this new institution ID. Can it be nullable? False, right? We need that institution ID. The two things we need the most, and that I kind of said it in the beginning, is that institution ID and the institution name, right? I want those two links because I want to be able to link everything to that institution ID, and then the name's the recognizable part of that, right? That's how I know that it's like KU or UMKC or something like that. Okay, let's start here. Okay. And what I want to do is I want to create a new import. Wow, new exactly what I wanted to do. File import institution. Create import page for my model. My base style is style, so it knows what to change for the style. So I've given it my model. I've given it that. I also want to give it the details. I want the ability to drag and drop CSS file. Or upload or pick and upload. Okay. Let's start with the front end. Front end is going to be a little complex. There's going to be some pieces to this because it's probably going to need JavaScript, right? There's going to need some sort of interactivity when it comes to uploading that file. And so we'll need probably a little bit of JavaScript to help us with that. Like I said, I try to stay away from JavaScript as much as possible. Not good, not good. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna actually keep the styles. So it's gonna started to do some paging things. We can see here. It's going to style what this looks like. Center the text, make it kind of round. There's gonna be some color to it. It'll kind of pop there. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, that's about it. Style looks good. Okay, but I need this to clarify. Should be its own page, like, should be its own page right now. What it keeps trying to do, and what we probably should have done, and maybe what we'll do after we get the import, is it's trying to use a base HTML file. And what that base HTML file would have is kind of what the index would have. It would have the header, it would have probably the nav bar, right? And then the footer at the bottom. So all you have to do is provide the main content. That way, you don't have to keep repeating this code, right? Remember, dry, do not repeat yourself, but we keep repeating things like the header and things like that. So we'll end up moving this probably to a base class. Maybe I should have done that first. My bad. But it's okay. So this will be its own page again, and that should be okay. So let's walk through this. This will be the most complex part, at least right now, I think. So it's started to create that this component. Oops. Starting to create this component. A couple things. So this has a class with it, but it also has an ID that'll probably be attached to the JavaScript. Some of this we can look at the actual Java. We can look at the style, right? Import container is gonna set the size of the container. There's gonna be 20% padding. The drop zone is gonna have some style to it, with a background color. The content will have what is it, like gray or brown or something on the back, you know. We'll be able to select the file. And then the most complex part, not the part that I'm going to go through much today, is the JavaScript on the bottom here, right? This is the hardest part with this part. This is not the only way to import your data into your data file. So this is the way I'm going to show you in this, and this is how I like to do it, because it creates a system for importing that you don't have to do by hand. But you do have to do a little bit of JavaScript, right? And so we see a little bit of the JavaScript. Some of this is just like highlighting and things like this. It's going to handle the drag and drop. If I didn't have the drag and drop, a lot of this would be a lot easier. So this is a little bit more complex than, you know, if if you're my student watching this, then I would expect you to be able to do. But still want you to see it. Okay, but we got an error. So how do we fix errors? We're getting an error because there's no such column as institution ID. Oh yeah, okay. We're getting that error because in the model, we just added that institution ID. Remember, we need to stop the application and rerun it when we edit the model or anything to do with the database. That should now create our institution ID. It may not. Because we've created the table before, it may not create that institution ID. We'll need to see. Nope. This is a good learning experience, good pain point. When we edit the table after we've already created the table, we need to now, we have a couple options. Probably the way that people would recommend is you can use like a Flask upgrade and things like that to update your model with your changes. I like to play it kind of loose and dirty, especially early on, and just delete. And a couple options. I could just stop my application and delete this database file and then rerun it. Life would be good. The other thing I could do is I could use my SQL skills and I could just delete the table, right? Delete institutions and run that. Oh, institutional. Delete table institution. If you know your SQL syntax, but since I don't, I guess I'm just gonna delete it. Boom, delete that personally. Oh no. Oh, it's still open in here, so let me close the database. The only way you do need to have nothing open on the database in order to delete it. So that's why you gotta stop the application. That's why you gotta stop if you have it open. It's not gonna let you delete it in that case. Okay, now it's up and running. Now I'm not gonna have that error because it's gonna recreate that database from scratch, and it's gonna create it using the new institution ID. We are gonna lose all the data that's in that database. Okay, I got an error because I don't yet have an import institution route yet. I don't have the backend done, so we need to do that part. But the institution ID has been fixed, so that is good. Okay, now let's create a route for the import that will take. Okay, this is the hard part. We need to create a route that's going to take our CSV file. It's going to open it, and then it is going to take just the parts that we want and import it into our model. With AI, now this would usually take me like a full day to kind of figure out, especially if a big file. But the process is the same for any file I've used now. It is fast, faster than it was. So what I can do is I can tell it, hey, I want to create a route that will import, that will take the data, that will take, I'm going to give it part of my data. Control Shift L, put all that in there. We'll create a route that will take the data from the CSV file that looks like this, and from the columns, import into the model. And then I'm going to copy and paste what we have for the mappings. Okay, so then I tell it the mappings, so it knows the mappings. And then I tell it the route file, so it knows where to put the code. And formatting doesn't really matter. Right, so it's able to kind of parse this. It's going to be able to look at kind of the data, the types, and then figure out how to do this in a way that's much faster than usual. Okay. And again, this method has to be a get and a post, right? Because we have one part of this that needs to deliver the form itself, right? And the second part of this that needs to deliver the functionality after you've delivered the data. So it's going to first look to see, is this a post? If you are sending data, it is going to look for the file. Okay, if there's no file, then it's going to give an error. If it finds a file but it's empty, it's going to give an error. If it finds a file and that file it ends in a CSV file, then it is going to try that file. It's going to try it with a UTF-8 decoding. Now, honestly, this may give us an error in the future. We need to check. Not all CSV files are UTF-8 encoded. There's a lot of ways of encoding a file, and so what we may have to do in the future is have this try different ways of decoding. But UTF-8 should be fine for what we're looking at right now. It does the mapping, right, that we've done already, and gave it to it. It puts this all in a key column, okay, renames it. Oh, nice. It converts empty strings to none for those nullable fields. So if there's nothing in there, it will make it nullable. And then it adds it to the database. So this is how you would add it to the database using kind of the syntax of what we have. And then it commits it. It gives you a message, how many were successful, how many were not. And then and then the last part is the get, right? So if it's not posting something, it's just delivering the import file. Okay. Couple things that kind of stand out to me that I'd be wondering about is the messages. How are these messages getting to the front end? And so I may need to, we're using pandas. What are we using pandas for? So pandas for PD, I guess I missed that. PD dot what? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we're using pandas to read the CSV, which makes sense, yeah. Okay. Based on this, let's see. Do I need to update my import to show that the messages are displayed? Can also style it using my style. And at this point, we may also start thinking about, do we want to break up the style into separate sheets, right? We may want a style, and what I traditionally do is a style CSS file for every single page that goes on every single page, a general CSS file, and then individual pages get the specific CSS, right? Custom CSS, and then you have that cascading effect and things like that. We're getting to that point where we want to start thinking about that, right? We could start breaking up the styles into separate style pages and things like that, but it's also fine to put it all in one for right now. So there's going to be some updates. We're going to add a little div so we can say how many have been successful, how many have been failed, and then we're going to style that. So I think I was asking the right questions. Again, it'll get kind of a transition with a little color. If it's successful, it's green. Error is red. It's going to give us the stats. I'm going to make it really big. Font weight. Okay, let's look at it. Boom. Okay, look at this. Yeah. This looks great. Something else to mention, this icon here. This icon is delivered using a library called FA icons. What's FA? Font Awesome. Yeah, that's it. Font Awesome. I was a backer of Font Awesome for their new kit. I really like their icons. Use it for pretty much all my stuff. And how we did that inside our code is inside our import. We put the Font Awesome library. So we load that library using that CDN. I'll load that up. Okay. let's test this out. So I may just drag and drop. Boom. It says no file uploaded. Okay, I'm getting this error. What does that look like from the back end? Probably a JavaScript error, but I'm not sure I'm getting this error. I'm going to give it my routes because that's my back end, just in case. JavaScript's already there. It doesn't need the style. It should only need this page. Does it need the model? I don't think so. Okay, here we see it is correcting the JavaScript, which I'm thankful for. It is adding, oh yeah, adding the files. Okay, making sure that's added, making sure it's big enough, I guess. I guess I could read this too, see what it's doing, but okay. I could also just accept, test it. What's the worst that can happen? Let's see, I want to drag and drop again. Okay. Look at that. We got an UTF-8 codec error. What I tell you? Not all data is coded using UTF. So this is a common error when dealing with data like this. Not a problem. Now before it would be kind of a pain to figure out exactly kind of how to deal with this. But nowadays what I do is I make my life really easy. Oops. I go here and tell it, hey, I'm gonna give it the code. Can we try to decode use methods? So I think like I said, the UTF-8 may not always be the right encoding, and so we are going to have it try to do different encoding. You think that's the easiest way? I don't know. No, it's not too bad. It looks like a lot of changes, but it's not too bad. Okay. The biggest change here is now after we've checked, the file, it ends in the CSV. We're pretty sure we can at least open it and things like that. It's not empty. Now we have a list of encodings, right? And hopefully one of these would be the encodings that will allow us to take what we're looking for. And so it's going to try these. Um, So yeah, let's try it. What am I thinking? What's on top of my head? I am worried that it's going to try to encode the full file first, right? And then if it gets an error, it tries the second one instead of trying it line by line. But honestly, I don't know that that would be a problem. Oh, look at that. Okay. We at least gave us the success, and then it moved us to the institution page, which doesn't exist, right? We called it college. That's great. Right? That's what we would expect. Yeah, why didn't it move me to institution? Okay, so I need to fix that part. But if I go here, we're gonna see all the colleges, hopefully. Yeah, we're gonna see all the colleges. Okay. It is uploaded all that data. We've done it. We've done it. We've uploaded all that data. That's great. Okay, why did it redirect me? That's what's on my mind right now, and the part that I want to figure out. So I'm going to be like, hey, After it was successful, it redirected me to non-existing. I wanted to go to the college URL. Can it stay on the success page a bit longer? I also want it to stay a little bit longer just so we can see it. Okay. So we see here, it doesn't look like it was redirecting anywhere. I don't know. And then the JavaScript's where we get that move. Seems like a lot of changes for what should just be time, but there must not have been a time change. I don't know, man. Let's just see if it works. I don't feel great about that. Okay. So I made a lot of changes. I wanted to make sure my import route works. I made these changes to the backend, to the JavaScript, and to the routes. I need to test this. So I'm going to stop my program. I'm going to delete my database. And I'm going to importing in. And this is where, yeah, it'd be handy if I had a purge button. I just hit the purge button and then I try it again. That's why I typically will write a purge button into what I'm working with, and then remove it later. Yeah, I think I broke it. Okay. So I don't want that. Okay, we're not going to change the JavaScript. That's what I thought. It was doing too much. That's a good test, right? A smell test. And maybe it's good to kind of go over this a little bit slower than I did. So it wanted me to change all these things, right? And so I'm looking and I see the upload button dot event handler listener goes away. That's just, I don't see that, right? And so that's a big red flag to me. A lot of this stuff kind of goes away, right? I don't see where it kind of goes and gets handled. It looks like, oh yeah, here's where it goes to institutions in the timeout. Oh yeah, okay. I didn't even need to, I needed to change this first. Oh, okay, yes, I should have just looked at the JavaScript. Good learning experience. Sometimes that's with AI. Like if I had written this code, it'd be a little bit easier, but I still think I saved myself time. I'm gonna reject that code, right? Now I kind of see the issue. Instead of institutions, let's go to colleges. I can make this 4 instead of 2 seconds. That's what I was trying to change. It was in the JavaScript part. And that's where it can be complex. Sometimes some of this can be edited in the back end. Sometimes some of this can be edited in the front end. And keeping that in your mind is complicated. So I'm actually going to remove the redirect URL here. I don't think that was necessary either. I actually may just reject this change that I did before because now I've edited. Okay, so I've changed how long it'll go and where it goes, and that should fix what I was looking at, that I was worried about. It needs to reload. We will drag and drop. Boom, look at that. After 4 seconds, it should then go to colleges. Boom, look at that, we're good to go. Okay, we now have all of every college, everywhere, right? Next thing I probably want to do is filter. So I live in Kansas City, so I'm going to filter for Kansas and Missouri colleges, right? I'm going to do this based on state, MO, and KS. So I'm going to go to my routes. I'm going to go to where I have my table, where I read my table, right? Add table colleges. Here's my table. So right now I'm getting all the institutions. I want to filter my institution query based on, and it's gonna be based on something in my model, my state. State, either MO or KS only. So now we're gonna build that filter that will filter exactly what we want. So we're not looking at everything. We're just looking at those 2 states right now. And we see that, filter does it by institution, does it by what's in the model, what's inside there, right? KS, and then it takes all those. All I have to do is reload. And we have KS in Missouri. Now, it'd probably be useful if I could sort these, right? I want to be able to sort all these by alphabetical order and things like that. So let's add that. So we're going to be expanding this a little bit, right? Right now it just takes just the Missouri and the Kansas, but we'll need to add sortable things. So I am going to be adding that code, telling it, hey, this is the function that we're going to be editing. I'm going to delete some of this stuff because I don't need it. Come to colleges and say, hey, we want to create this. We want to make this sortable. I want to make these sortable. Can use FA icons on style. Okay, I just tell it I want to make it sortable. That's it. That's all I got to do. It's going to ask me to put my font, my font awesome icon up here. One thing to note, and this is something you need to be careful about with AI, so a caveat with AI. When you generate actual style sheets, CDN style sheets, sometimes it'll be right, but sometimes it's going to be an old style sheet. It could be out of date. It could be a different style sheet than what you're using. Like if we look at our import style sheet, we see that we're using 515.4. And inside our colleges, it's 651. So not the same one. So how can we fix this? Let's look at CDN for FA icons and get the actual Cloudflare. Okay. Okay. So we'll just use this one, and that will replace both these. Okay, and then in colleges, we need to put our style in there. Accept. Boom, bang, bop, boom. We good to go. This will includes the sorting. There's some some complexities here, so I'm not going to go fully into it. Um, but this will allow us to kind of sort our icons. Our styling, will add some styling to it. It's going to add like a gap to the links, probably so there's a difference between the up and down arrow. There'll be some color to it. They'll change on hover. Okay, and then we'll need to change our route. This will be a big change because we are sorting, right? We need to get what we're sorting by, and we need to keep that state. So we need to know for each column if it's being sorted and what it's being sorted by, and then keep that state somewhere. And that's all being done here in this this function, right? So the sorting by will keep track of how it's being sorted. The direction will keep track of the direction that it's being sorted, right? And that way we know how it's being sorted. This is also helpful because if we added pages in here, as we go to separate pages, it'll keep that sorting on there and things like that. That'll also allow us to sort multiple columns, not just one column. It's keeping track of all the different sorting states to allow us to sort multiple columns and things like that. Okay, let's look. Bing, bing, boom. Okay. It looks like it may be defaulting to name sorting, which is interesting. Okay, alias sorting correctly. We are sorting by, look, there's nothing there. That's okay. City sorting good. State sorting good. County sorting good. And so name must default. That's okay. That's good. Sorting looks good. We're good to go. Now I have a table. I can sort it. I can look at it. I can look at all the data. We are at the kind of the first stage of our application. Now we can start adding more complexities to it. We can start figuring out what do we actually want to do with it and how we want to use it. But we have kind of finished our first stage. So I'm going to take a little bit of a break, kind of think about where we go next. But hopefully from here, you can kind of think about, okay, if I were to create an app, this is the basic step, right? And then for each table and things like that, you go through the same process. But we'll stop here and then we'll come back. Okay, welcome back. We have created our application. We can add a new institution via here. We can, we can import institutions via drag and drop. And our CSV file we have kind of used. And we can see the name of the institution as the alias, the city, the state, the county. We can edit those things. We can delete them. Now, the next kind of thing I want to do is similar to CRUD. So we're still kind of in that CRUD mindset of that read, okay? Now we want to create a view for a single institution. I want to be able to click on the institution and go to that view and see that institution. Very easy to do in Cursor and the AI that we're using, right? We are going to go to our table and say, hey, I want to create a UI component. I can click on the institution name that is styled and go to a page that shows it. And that page is going to be inside here. We'll call it view institution.html. All right. So we have the create. We have the read is the view. We have the update, which is the edit, and then delete's just a route. We don't even need HTML for that. Now, technically, sometimes you will see a delete HTML component if you want like a modal or something to say, hey, are you sure you want to delete that and things like that? But okay, this is where we'll include I want to create a UI component, so I can click on the institution name. I want to give it the table, and it shows all of the model info styled using my style sheet. Am I missing anything? I want to create a UI component so I can view. Okay. I will need to create a new route. We'll also need a new route. This route is going to pull just that institution info and deliver it to that HTML. So we're going to have a get method on that, so it can deliver the HTML page, right, with all the data. We should not need a post, because I don't think we're going to be posting any information from here. Now, if we included like a form in there or something like that, then then it gets kind of tricky. It gets a little sticky. Okay, apply that to this file. It's getting used to, oh yeah, we talked about maybe doing the base file, so maybe we'll do that next. Okay, this creates our file. We have our institution name at the top with our nav. We have the details, the institution ID, the alias. If it's not there, it's just NA. The address, if it's not there, it's just NA. We have the website that's stylized, kind of show the website URL. These are detail groups, and then we can edit and go back. Okay, that looks pretty good. We'll have some style added to it. So far the style's been pretty good, no major complaints. You can really play with the AI when it comes to the style. So I will sometimes tell it, hey, do it like an old school AOL style, or like a mainframe terminal or something like that. I really like to kind of play with the style that I work with. But for today, for you guys, we'll keep it nice and clean. Our route's really easy, right? We're pulling just one piece of data based on that ID. So we send that ID back. Okay, so in our colleges, well, we probably haven't gotten there. We'll send the ID back. It will pull the ID, and then it will deliver this page with that institution information. And then we have colleges. And this is where we can click on it. If we click on it, it will send that ID back, right? Back there. Okay, and then we're going to style this so it looks kind of good. I don't know. I guess that'll look good. Okay. View institution not found. Am I spelling institution wrong? I spelled it wrong this time. View institution. Okay. Look at that. And the style even looks pretty good. I like it. Basic information, we have the ID. There's no alias for this one. We have the address. We have the coordinates. We have the URL. I like the coordinates. I think we want to make a map sometime soon. We have a lot of the address data and things like that. I think I'm going to have to take a detour and go more into the data and start mapping out, okay, what is the data I want to show and work with and things like that. I may need to get a little bit hairy there. You know what would be nice? Let's add a search. Let's add a search. Let's add a couple searches. Let's add a search for name and alias. And let's add a search for location. So city, state, and county. Okay. That's the next piece that I want to do. No. Let's create our base class. Okay. Like I said, we want to have a base class. So as we start adding more HTML pages, we don't have to include like the head and the body and all that. This is important because in the future, you may want to edit, we may want to add meta tags and things like that to the top here. And we may want the same meta tags on every page. And you don't want to have to go through and edit each page individually. It comes back to that do not repeat yourself principle, right? It's a good principle at times, especially here. So we're going to create our base class, and I'm going to have AI help me with that because I can. Let's see. I want to create base Flask class. You can see index go from there. Do so. I wanted to create the base class using index. It'll probably change the index, and then I want to test that using my college HTML page first. After that, once I feel comfortable, then I'll change the other pages. So we'll create our base class here, and we can see here it's going to include our style class. It's not including our icons. So right now we only have icons on 2 pages out of the 5 or 6 pages we have. So right now we could keep those icons just on the individual pages, just so we can keep some. It's like 2 milliseconds or whatever, but some time. And then we see here, okay, there's a lot of Flask stuff going on here. This is where our content will go. We don't have to create a main or anything like that. It's all going to go inside here. Our header is going to say KC College Explorer and things like that, and we'll always have the footer here. That's okay. Our index will then change. It's going to change a lot. Our index now looks like this because all we're doing is we're extending that base class. This is block content. What that means is block content goes right in here. So you can envision what is going to happen is when index gets loaded, all this gets loaded, and then this content goes right in there. And that way, it just works. And that way, if we need to edit the meta tags up here, we can do that here, and it'll change it for anything that has set up like this. So the next one will be colleges. So let's look at that. And there's a lot to it, okay? I'm going through it kind of fast, but this is important to kind of understand. This is a lot of Flask stuff to it, and there's a lot of strength to it, right? If you've ever built a website just using HTML and CSS, you probably get frustrated that you have to repeat a lot of those header classes and things like that. So we extend that base class. Here, we want to set the block title. I don't necessarily need this, right? I can use the same block title that's inside my base class. That's not a problem. In fact, my title is called College Career Explorer. I'm not sure that this is helpful, so I may actually cut this. I don't know that that changes anything. Now, this is important. This is our header title. Okay, our header is still inside our base class. It's here. And our default is KC College Explorer. So if I did not have this line, if I didn't have this line, it would show up on this page as KC College Explorer and not colleges. This is how I change that header. And then I include some extra CSS. This is where I include the font awesome stuff. So if I need to include extra CSS on top of the CSS that's already in there, right, that style class, this is how we would do it. And then we have our block content, right? This is all the content that goes in there, and then the end of our content. At the end, it's also possible that we have extra JavaScript at the end, right? It's possible to add more JavaScript to our base class if we had to, though we try not to. Okay, let's see if this works, right? If it doesn't work, then what are we even talking about? And you can see it works, right? If we inspect this, we see everything: HTML, the body, the header, the main. If I go to colleges, it's going to say colleges at the top, right? Even though this is what our HTML index looks like. It's just it's like 2 lines of HTML and a little bit of Flask. This is what our college looks like. It's not very complicated. Okay, but we need to change now the other files. So let's do that. And I'm actually going to, again, let's leverage change all of the files in institutions. Okay, so I want to use this so we have that base class for everything. So go forward, this is what we'll use. This will make our life easier in the long run. So again, extend that base class. We have the new title, right? So when we go to the page, that'll be at the very top. This will be at the header, which says add new institution. We have our form to add, and then the end of that block. For edit, it's kind of similar. Import, similar. Right? And again, with the import, we have the extra CSS because we have that font awesome just for those 2 files, right? And again, we're changing the block title is the title that's here. The block header is this right here. So just keep that in mind. Okay. Imported institution. Did I change the import? Yeah, I did. Okay. We have all the JavaScript. Okay. Is that it? Do I need to do boom? Okay. Change view. Okay, this will be the last one. We'll make sure that it all works. And then we'll go from there. And, I don't know where I'm going exactly. I know where I want to be at the end, but I don't know how to get there. I don't know exactly what the end looks like, but I know kind of what I want. I know the vibe of it. Okay, now we have our view. Again, this will be at the very top. This will be the header. This will be all the content inside that base class. The hard part about this that you have to wrap your head around is as you're writing the code inside here, you have to keep in mind you have that CSS file still affecting it, right? You have all this stuff still affecting what is going on inside your other class. So just keep that in mind that, this is not standalone, it's extending that class. It's going to go inside that code. Okay, we have the view institution, and we're feeling pretty good. And interesting. Doesn't count as a URL. Okay. Edit seems to work. Let's try and add test. It's crazy. Okay. I'm getting an error. You remember when I was like, no, I don't need those flash. I don't need those flash messages. Who needs those? Well, maybe I do. Maybe I do. Okay, so I've broken our ad. Okay. Should have done it right. So we're gonna have to take a detour. We'll take a quick detour. Let's fix this. To include flash messages and routes. I don't know what the error could be. Usually I have like a suspect, an idea, but I really don't know. I'm not too worried because I care more about importing the data than I do about being able to add the data. But it never feels good when something breaks that was working and you don't know why. Okay, we're gonna style the flash message. We're gonna see the flash message. Error institution. Interesting. Import, okay. No, not import. Add. Routes. I'm getting this error when I try to add. It's gonna try to help me debug it. Let's while we're doing this, let's test something else. Let's stop this. Let's delete it and then see if the import works. I want to make sure that works. What am I doing? I need to start it again. So I stopped it so I could delete the database. Remember, nothing can be connected to that database when you delete it. Going to come back, look at colleges, and go to import. Now, part of me wants to test if I could add an institution before I import stuff and see if that is the issue, but I don't know that I care about that. Okay, import works. That's great. Let's see if delete works. Yep, delete works. Probably should get a confirm message on there, so something to think about. Usually you have some sort of message. You just don't want to delete it, but you know, whatever. Life's short. Okay, let's figure out the add part. Is 3 not valid? What do you mean it's not valid? Okay, it's gonna flash me the actual errors, which should be useful. It's trying to tell me some other things it may be, but I don't know that I believe it. And you gotta remember, with AI, it's unreliable. It's good 80, 90% of the time, but it's unreliable. Just like a person. So I treat it like a person. I don't trust people and I don't trust AI. Okay. County. Not null. Oh, institution ID. All right. So we created this before we did our import, and then in our import we realized, oh, we need an institution ID. Okay. So the issue here is we've created this institution ID that cannot be null, cannot be empty. You have to provide an institution ID. The issue is when you're adding an institution, one, we don't even ask for it on the form, so we should probably ask for it on the form. But two, you should think about, what if we didn't have an institution ID? I still want to include it, right? I still want that to be non-nullable. And the reason I want that to be non-nullable is so when we do the import, I don't want to import anything that doesn't have that. And this is one way I can check that. So I think in my case, what I want is if it doesn't have an institution ID, we use like 0 or -1, something that's obvious that there's not an institution ID attached to it. So let's make that edit. Okay. I need to add to the form to ask for institution ID. Okay, so I'm gonna have the default be 0. I'm gonna ask for that institution ID. Gonna update the routes. So if it'll use 0 or institution ID, you want to add it. Okay, so we've updated the backend, so the institution ID gets added. And then if it's empty, it's just a 0, though I don't think it'd be empty because I think I'll have it default to 0 here, right? So the default here is going to be 0. So I think it'll just be 0, but anyway, that's good to kind of double check. Okay. Let's add a new institution. Oh yeah, default 0. Hey. How did AA not make it to the top of the A's? Did it add that institution? Did it do it? Oh, okay. The reason I'm not seeing that new institution, I'm pretty sure it did add it, is because I was not careful with the state I added in. Okay. MO. There we go. There we go. Okay. So add in works. I can add it by hand, though with a lot of this I'm not going to be adding by hand. Okay. Now we have okay, that kind of cleared up, figured out mistake on my end. That's okay. All right. What's the next thing we're going to do? Okay, I think I'm gonna take a break here. When I come back, the next thing I'm gonna have to do is, and for some of you, you may want to skip this part. It's gonna be a detour. I'm gonna be looking at all the data in various files and figuring out what pieces I want to start with to start building out this application. And as I say that, I'm actually gonna change my mind. Next time I come on, we're going to build our search, and then we're going to do that. I want to build the search. I don't want to wait. Let's just do it now. Okay. I want to search for the name and the alias, and I want to search for the city, state, and county. So let's do that. And you'll notice I kind of bounce around and change my mind a lot. That's just how I work. But it works out. Okay. I want to add a search for name, search name and alias, search by location. That will search city, state, county. I'll give it the model. So I want to add a search, so we'll search the city, state, and model. I will need to update routes. We can style search using styles. And then I am probably actually going to give it what this looks like for reference. I think a lot of people forget, you can give it images, and it's very useful. Gives it something kind of level set, figure out what the style is, what we're adding, where to add it, and things like that. So first is going to add it to the front end. And we see here we're going to using the get method for the colleges. We're actually going to be searching. That means we're going to need to update our backend for this table again to update and filter based on our search. Okay, so based on that search, we're going to have some filtering going on, and then we'll be able to actually clear it. And it's going to do it by, those arguments we kind of talked about. We got routes going on. So we got new routes. We're going to be searching in those, like I said, by name and location. And this is where our new filters come in. So I'm going to accept these because it's probably working. It's going to look for that name search if that is going on right now. If you're searching by name, and then it is going to search both the name and the alias and find those alikes. Same thing for the location. It's going to search those three things and then give you, one of those if they exist. That's what that or exists there for, right? And then it will order all these, sort all these columns, put them all together. It will keep all the sorting in there as well. Okay, so we have filtered by location, we have filtered by sorting up and down, ascending and descending, and now we can also filter by actual like strings and things like that. Okay, let's look at the style. Most likely it'll be pretty generic. I can't really, it's gonna have some rounded edges, gonna have some fonts in there. Should be fine. So far I haven't been too let down by the style, so okay. Okay, well we got a new search. Let's see, okay, academy. Okay, I can search academy. Let's see. I'm in here, which is kind of cool, so I'll delete that. Let's see, I want to try search something I think is only in the alias. Okay, search by MO. Oh, interesting. I meant to do this. Okay, I can search by MO. I can search by Springfield, Kansas City. Clear. Okay, search is good. All right. Now when we come back, we will look at data and we'll figure out where do we go from here. But we have a table that we can search, we can look at the data, we can start putting extra data in here, and we can start using it. Right now, and this so far has only taken me 2-3 hours to put together. Thanks for watching so far, and hope to see you soon. Okay, welcome back. I am going to take a little bit of a detour. So imagine if you are watching this, that should be somewhat clear. I don't know how useful this will be to anybody. But I am going to show the process that I use to kind of go through the data, um, look at what I think would be useful, start pulling that, start thinking about features and things like that. So I'm going to start with just looking at the data file I've already started to import, right? I have a process for importing this. Now at this point, what I could do is I can extend that. I can find more columns I want to import. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Is I'm going to just start going by column and looking to see, is there stuff that I'm not importing that I do want to import. So we can first come to FIPS, which is state code, which I don't think is necessary. So each state has a different code. Currently what I do is I look at the just state name. So I'll keep doing that. Bureau of Economic Region. My dog's not happy. We have 5, 6. I don't understand what that is. So at this point, I'm not gonna do this for everything that I don't understand, but I do want to at least do it once or twice. So understanding what are these regions. Okay. So it's broken up into regions. So if I cared about the Economic Bureau and Economic Regions, that's interesting. So I'm in Kansas City, and so my region would be kind of this region here, which I kind of agree with. Okay, Plains region. Do I need that information? No, I do not. What are you doing? Don't do that. Okay, back to the data. Don't need that. Chief Administrator. Do I care who the Chief Administrator is? Well, this is interesting because I probably won't take it right now, but I could think about some uses I could have for this in the future. One, we could create profiles on these people, right? Chief administrators of a big institution will have some history behind them. Maybe you want to avoid certain people. I don't know. There's some useful things in there, um, good and bad. The title, I don't think that matters to us. What is general information telephone number? Okay, the telephone number. I'm looking at this. I kind of want to use this, but I wonder about how many numbers is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 seems crazy. 14. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. If I imported this, I would either need to have it big enough for the 14 or skip those. I want the number. No one ever calls. I don't know. I don't think the number is useful for anything I would do. Employee identification number can be useful. That would give the institution another unique ID, but I don't need. They already have an institution ID that's unique, so that's okay. Unique entity identification number. Again, another ID number. I don't think I need another ID number. Office of Post-Secondary Education ID number. Okay, I don't. Again, another ID number. Title. Title 9. Title 9 eligibility indicator code. If it's 1, it's good. If it's not, I guess I'll find out. I want to look. Title 9. Okay, it doesn't tell me what that ID means when it's 2. I don't know what 2 means. I don't know what any of those means. So that's not... Okay, that's some of the problem here, right? Here's a flag for if it's Title IX or not, but what does 2 mean? Well, I come here and I look, and for some reason it does not tell me 2. It just says identification number used by the post-secondary education. So I need to look it up and see what the mapping is, which is not fun. But let's do that just for an exercise. Okay. Okay. I'm guessing. Well, this doesn't seem to. I mean, one's good, two's no. Okay, maybe. But then let's throw a wrench in there and be like, what is 5? What is 5? Like, what do you mean? I don't know if that is useful. Okay. Cool. Okay, I'm just gonna skip that. Not useful to me because I can't figure out what the different codes is, right? And if I can't figure out what the different codes is, and I can't use that data. I am using the web address. I don't think I need admissions right now. Actually, yes, I probably will put these in here. Okay, so yeah, we will, and maybe that's what I'll highlight what I want to include. I want the admission office, financial aid office, application office, net price calculator, yes. Sorry, veterans. Don't know about that. Interesting. Vet. Student right to know. That's what I'm interested in. What does that mean? Okay. Just information about the consumer. Cool. It's also cool because this is from last year, so who knows, what works, what doesn't. Okay, and that's kind of what I want to get to the heart of here, right? This is where we're starting to really get to what my students are missing out on, and that is like what does enrollment look like? What does graduation rates look like? Those sort of things. And I may actually have to pull data. It's kind of crazy. Okay. They have their own data sets. Huh. Common data set data. So we'll be able to see enrollment, things like that. Okay, so I do want that. Now I'm learning about this common data set, which means there are tons. Yeah, see, this is what I'm trying to get to the heart of. This is all information that is useful to students that without a good package around it is just worthless. Okay. At least feel like I'm on the right path. So I do want that. I want the disability because I care about disabled folks. Sector of institution. All right, and this is where we need to go kind of descriptions and see sector. Is it not going to explain what? Okay, I'm trying to figure out the sector data. 1, 3, 4, we got nine options in our sector data. I don't understand how that necessarily applies. Because yeah, it would be great if I could say, hey, this is a public or private. God damn it, why is this so complex? IC level, control. Okay, I'm going to ask a friend. More IPEDS data. Codings are, for instance, okay. I mean, that's what it says. Okay. All right. We are going to use this. Okay. This will be a sector code. This will be the description. We'll need to figure out how do we map that to data in our database. Let's put it kind of in our notes here. Sucks. Whatever. Okay. Like I said, detour. This will allow us to break it into, what's the difference then between the sector and the IC levels and the institution? Institution framework scripts. Okay. So yes, we are going to do sector. And we're probably going to do a lot of these too, based on what I just saw. Control. State level. Do I want to look to see what those look like? Control, IC level. Okay, now let me try to get the mappings for. Try to get the mappings for IC level and control. This is gonna look good, but IC level. I need to know the mappings when I do the import. Okay, highest offering. That is useful, and I don't have to really do much. If they offer undergraduate or graduate degrees, that all looks good. I do want to look at what that data looks like though. Undergraduate. What are the mapping? Like all these, it's just weird mappings. Code for highest degree to this variable because the first. Okay, that seems complex. Code enter. Okay. degree grant. First bachelor's. Yeah, I do want that. I want if it's an HBCU for sure. Whether the institution has a hospital. Okay. Whether they grant a medical degree. I mean, that seems good enough. But I know it's gonna be like complex, right? We got negative numbers, we got twos, we got some ones. Oh yeah, I do like that locale. Open public, a code, stat ACT. Code indicates this. I don't know what that means. Oh, whether it's active or not. What's the difference, son? I don't understand. New idea. I don't understand. Okay. I thought I thought this would okay. So one includes all these things. Okay. Well, I do want to know if it's active. I probably only want to import active ones. I don't think I need this. Post-secondary, what the fuck does that mean? Oops. Okay. Aren't they all post-secondary? No. Freeze first row. We're gonna sort it, see what's not post-secondary, figure out what the mapping kind of looks like, get a feel for that. Two. classification. Okay. Is 2 just false, I guess? Okay. Okay, so good schools you want because they're open to the public, they have Title IX, all that fun stuff. There's a lot of things in here that kind of merge together, right? Like this kind of goes with some of the ones at the top about the degree granting and what access you have to the college. So I'm going to have to figure out kind of how to approach that with those different things. I don't even know if I need all of them. Right, there seems to be a lot of overlap. Oh, Cat wants to. Silver, what do you got to say? I don't really know anything about the Carnegie classifications. But that could be also useful. Institution size. 2019. Why does it say fall 2019? They not ask for institution size anymore? Oh, another area. I just don't care about like breaking into congressional latitude and longitude. Do I not? I import that, right? What is that? Degree, GID. I don't know, maybe. Okay. What was it? The URLs. All right, we are getting back on track. Okay, I've gone through, I've identified a lot of the columns that I want to use for my base model to describe the institution. So far, all I have looked at is the data that just characterizes the institution. Okay, there's a lot of stuff in here that kind of overlaps. A lot of these things are tied to, okay, this is offers bachelor's degrees, and that's like in, 6 times. It kind of checks for undergraduate degrees and things like that. So here I'm going to take a little bit of break, but when I come back, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start pulling this into my actual model, and then we will import everything we need. So we'll actually get to the coding aspect of this and really diving in, figuring out how do we take the stuff that's inside my spreadsheet and get it into my model, especially because in this case, this data is encoded. What makes this very, very complex compared to most use cases, and why when I do this again, I'll pick better data, is just the data is encoded using these numbers. I wish it did not have these numbers, right? But as long as we know the mappings correctly, this will help us get the data correctly into our model. So when I come back, we'll jump in and do all that fun stuff. Okay, welcome back. So far, we have created a piece of software that holds our colleges that we have pulled from the IPEDS data. We can add new colleges manually, but we can also import, we can search, we can click on colleges and see some of their details. We can edit the details and delete all that fun stuff. Now we're getting into the nitty gritty. So I have identified columns that I want that I'm going to be pulling from my data. Okay, the first thing I'm going to be pulling from the data and adding to my new model is the code indicating whether it is Title IX eligible. Okay, so let's find that flag. Okay. First thing you should always do with these flags and things like this. First of all, I want to freeze the first row, which I think I did. Oops. Is understand what's all in here, especially when it's flags and things like that. It can get confusing, and so I am going to sort this. And you see, we have some 7s in here. We have some 6s. We have some 5s. We have a lot of options. You would expect something like this to maybe be true or false, and not this complex. What I'm going to do is I am going to ask my friend ChatGPT to help me with the mappings. And hopefully it will be able to pull the right mappings. The mappings for the column in HD 2003. Okay, so we're gonna pull the columns. Interesting. Yes, it is eligible, participating, is eligible, not currently. 3, have entries that include codes up to 8. Right, isn't that true? Did I? 7. Oh, interesting. I'm going on a detour. Sorry, this sometimes happens. Deal with it. Beware of IPEDS. Okay, that's interesting. I am looking at. No, I'm not looking. I'm looking at. This is the open ID. Okay, that's what he's complaining about here. Okay, that's interesting. I'm gonna keep that, but that is not. Um, is there an iPad's glossary? Okay, we are. We're gonna figure this out. So we want to know what this mapping is, and I want to be pretty sure. What? Institutional characteristics. Hmm. Find the source. Okay, I'm gonna try to make it find source. Okay, we found it. Institutions are classified into categories corresponding to their Title IX participation. Title on flag equals 1, so yes. Branches, yes. Deferment only, Title IX participant 3. Non-Title IX, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay. What is deferment only? Deferment only. Are there any 3s? That's my question before I ask the other question of what deferment is. Yeah, there are 3s. Okay. Okay. So let's think about our model. I want to gather this information, Title IX information, inside my model. Title IX eligible. You think it would be true or false, right? True or false, but I guess this is a little bit more complicated. In my mind, they're deferring. That's pretty much false, right? That's kind of crazy to me. So one option we have is 3 through 8 is false. 1 and 2 is true. Let's do that. Make our life easier. Okay. Knowable. True. And then you got to ask yourself, right? Remember a couple things. As we change the database and add stuff to it, this is where we need to delete the database and redo some of that stuff every time we do it. You also want to ask yourself, okay, if I'm adding something to the database, is it going to be necessary to add it to the add institution? And most of the time you can say no, right? Unless you're adding something that's required to be entered. It's not necessary to necessarily add it to the add, right? But most of the time, if you add something to your database, your model, you want to add that to the edit, right? You still want to be able to edit and change that in your model somehow. And that's the kind of best practice. So you don't always need it in your add. You can keep your add kind of nice and short and clean, but your edit's going to be a lot longer of everything inside your model. Make sure you do that. Okay, so but really what I care about is the import right now. So I will put all that later. And what I want to do is I want to change my import. And I don't need to change my front end, right? I take the file, I import it, it sends the file to my back end, to my route. And my route's called import. And here we go. Okay, so a couple things that I've changed, right? I've now added a new column that we can take in. Mine's called Title IX eligible, but is that what the column's called that I'm taking in? No, it is called OP flag. And then I am going to need to change this so when it imports it, it correctly does that. So let's do that. I'm going to use AI. It's just going to be faster. Okay, and I'm going to tell it, hey, I am adding a new column, OP flag, that maps to title in my model. To update my import, it assigns true if the OP flag is 1 or 2, false else. So it'll assign if it's true as 1 or 2, else it's false. Nice and clean. You can see here, it's done this in a lambda function, which, okay, that's fine. But, yeah, I wouldn't have done that because it's a little complex for my students to read, but that's okay for now. So what this is going to do is it's going to, take everything that's in here. If it's 1 or 2, it's going to make it true, else it's going to be false. And then it's going to convert it, and then it's going to assign it here. So the only real thing we had to do is we added it here, right? We added it here, just like everything else. And then we had created this part in order to process it. And so we have some sort of processing function in between here that we need. And that's going to be pretty common. Okay, let's test it. How do I test it? Well, we stopped our function. We delete the database because I want to import. We start again. We open. We wait patiently. We go to colleges. Let's import. This time I'm going to choose a file. Is this in my downloads? No, of course not. Data, Alex. Right. Then hit upload. We get all of our institutions uploaded. We go to colleges and look at that. Looking good. Okay. Now we need to test it, right? And this is where you can think about all the slices you're gonna have to now look at. We have now created. First thing we did is we added our new model. We added the place that it gets imported or added. Now I'm going to edit the view so we can show that model. The nice part is I don't have to change anything on the back end of the view. I just have to add it to the front end. And so the part that we added was the Title IX eligible. So let's add that here. Field added. You can use FA icons. I'm just thinking about the future and some of the stuff on here. And the style is add style. So I give it my style, I give it my models. Tell it, hey, come on, let's go. And it's going to give me kind of a stylized look at that. So it's probably more than I need for the Title IX eligible. But we're going to see here if it is Title IX eligible, then you're going to have like a success circle icon. If it's not, it's going to be like a false no. And if it's not there, it's just going to be unknown. We add some style to it. This is going to add the sizing on the icon. If it's successful, it's green, red. If it's not, kind of gray if it's not. And then we need to add the FA icons up here. So currently I don't have that, right? And it's not part of the base class. If it was part of the base class, I wouldn't have to worry about it. But currently it is not. At what point do we make it part of the base class? At the point that we feel like we're repeating this code over and over and over and over and over again. And really, the reason I don't have it in the base class is just to save myself a little bit of loading time. Why did I forget what I'm doing? Oh yeah, view. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Title IX eligible, great. And I could probably get rid of even that yes, right? Things like that. Okay, and then the last piece of the slice, like I said, should be the edit. Add way to change and edit field 2, and we will need to update the route. This time we will need to update the route, right? Because we are sending each individual piece of data, and then each individual piece of data gets edited. So we're going to add that title 9. Looks like a checkbox, which is great. I want a checkbox. If it wasn't a checkbox, I was going to make it a checkbox. Okay, it'll show if it's checked. Okay, I'm going to remove my comment, whatever. It's Title IX eligible, yes, and then removing that comment. I don't understand that part, but okay, sometimes it likes to remove comments. That's fine. Okay, reloading. Update. I need to fix that. I don't like that at all. Now it's no. Yeah, see, simple. Okay. I mean, that UI doesn't look good. I would probably want to change that, but whatever. It works. All right. Now I have that slice done. I'm going to quickly commit. So I have added first column. And now I'm just going to add a whole bunch of columns, right? And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to start in the models, add all the models, go to like the next part, views, things like that. So let's start with the model. And let's look at the next batch we're going to do. So we'll do just a batch first, right? We'll do these URLs. So we'll do something like admin URL fed URL location URL net price calculator. Student right to know. That still blows my mind. Is that only for athletes? Only athletes have the right to know? Do student athletes have the right to know? is it just student athletes? That's crazy. Interesting. Yeah, okay. That's going to be a big one, I think. That's a great one. Okay. I'm going to call it right to no URL. Okay. So we will get all the URLs in. Okay. Since we are just taking those, now we look at the import, because that's where I'm getting that data from. Oh yeah, not there, my route. Oh, it's not completely right. Flag, admin URL, add URL. Okay, so then we update our column mappings, right, with our URL. We don't need to really do any processing, right? We have just the URL directly, and then we're going to save that into our model. And so we could just, yeah, put our rows in there. Okay. And then let's update our views. Just added. Just added these fields to the model. Can we update the view to show them the styles? Let's also give it a picture. Uh-oh. Oh yeah. Well, guess we're not giving it a picture. The reason it is not working is because I've edited the models and now it's not finding that directly. I'm gonna have to delete the database because I don't want to do any migrations. I hate doing migrations. You're like, John, you don't have to delete the database. You can just migrate it with Flask. Well, I mess it up. I mess it up every time. So I find this easier. The only time it bites me is when I have data that I'm importing that takes a long time to import, which is very rare, but it does happen. All right, we choose the file, we upload. I mean, this is pretty fast. Look at all of those in like a couple seconds. See what we have. All right, we got some important links. We got administration, we got financial aid, we got application, net price, price now, learning resources. Boom, 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 boom. Look at that. It's already useful, right? We already have all this stuff in one place. It's fast. It's easy to search. You know, we are getting there. We are getting there. We are getting there. Fast, fast, fast. Okay. So what's next? Now I'm going to start committing more than I have. So the last time, you can kind of see. I have not talked about this, not been part of this, but made my initial commit when we first did the GitHub, and then after I kind of talked about, you know, the CRUD part, we got part one. After we added a column, I did a commit, but I'm gonna start committing after I know it's kind of working. And a couple rules I have for myself is nice short commits, and making sure that everything seems to be working when it's going. And that seems to be can be, it should be work, seems to be because you won't always know. If we don't have testing, integration testing, or unit testing or anything like that, we're not going to know for sure. But we should be able to run it on our machine. Okay, so I'm gonna add added URL to the view. Am I gonna add that to the edit? Not right now. No, I'm gonna add all the edit stuff later at the very end. Okay, we go back to the model. We go back and we look, and now we get to the classifications, and this is where it gets complicated. This is where we actually have to do some some people might call engineering, but it's just problem solving. We see here we have several different classification types, right? We can classify it by these control types, which would be public, private, 2-year, 4-year, blah, blah, blah. We have a classification that's just 2-year, 4-year. We have classification if it's just private or public, and what their highest degree offers. So I don't think we want sector. Sector has all that information tied into it. So what we could do is use sector and then break it down into the individual information, right? I could break it into, okay, if it's number 1, then it's public with, a 2-year degree or something like that, right? I mean, that's doable. I say that, I was like, well, we're not going to do that. But that, you're kind of looking at that, that's doable, right? So if it's number 1, then we would have a couple things we need to add to our field, right? If it's public or private, what would I call that field? Is that sector? Public control? I guess that's control. Public or private. So control will be enum, public or private. And then sector, year, control, level will be an enum that'll be either 4 year plus public, private, so public, non-for-profit, private for profit, private for profit, private non-profit. So we got 3 of those. Plus 2-year, less than 2-year. Okay. Okay, so those would be the 3 things we'd break it into those different things. That sounds pretty good. Because the other option is then taking several different columns and then taking that data, right? I can just take the IC level and put that in there. And I could take the control and I could put that in there. Whatever. I think I may have issues is in these 2. I actually don't know what the data looks like. Control and IC level. I mean, control and IC level are also pretty good. I might just do that. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to do control and IC level. I'm just going to take those 2. If it's -3, then it is not good. Unknown. Okay. just feel like this will be. I don't have it with my gut. I could theorize on some issues that I think might pop up, but I think I'm just going to go IC level and control. I just need those two. That also will align directly with my fields, which may be better. So I'm going to have control. And level. I'm going to turn these into enums, right? I only want them to be these values. And I do not want to use magic numbers. I don't want to use those flags. It drives me insane. So enums is the way to go. Okay. Oh yeah, what was I trying to do? Enums. Okay, private, non-for-profit, public, unknown, less than 2 years, 2 year, 4 year, unknown. Okay. Not working with magic strings. We have very controlled enums. That's what I want. Okay. Now we need to import and actually map those. That's not what I want. Trying to read my mind, but you're not doing a very good job. Control, well, IC level. Control. And then we'll do something like when I import, need to use that mapping to map to the enums for these two fields. Importing numbers. CSV. Okay, so hopefully this will help me with the mapping. So we do need to do something in between, right? We have pulled the data from the CSV file. We've mapped it to the place that we want to put it. But we're going to need to do something in here in order to make sure that it's the kind of what we want, I think. Okay, so we bring those two things in. That's great. And then we map. It's going to create a function to do that. That's fine. It's going to try to... Okay, it's going to take that value and turn it into a number. And then it is going to make sure that that value maps. So make sure that value is a number. If it's not, you get an error. Okay, and then apply that. Yeah, I like that. Is this how I would have done it if I wrote this code before AI? No, I would have tried to do it a little bit shorter, but it would not have been as robust. Okay, so this handles some errors that I would have not caught in my code. Does some things that are actually kind of clever, and I'm glad because it pops up in our curriculum a lot, but you don't see it in real life that much. And that is like actually having to convert the value to a number in this way and things like that. Just stuff that is kind of interesting. Okay, so that should import it, map it directly. Let's then let's update the view to show that data. Now, and what am I showing? I'm showing the level, a stylistic way, and I'll give the style sheet. Okay, so we'll have it map, kind of show that data, and go from there. Okay, level badge, look at that, I got some colors. I got some colors. So it's gonna do some different colors for different badges, kind of make it pop a little bit. That's good. And then we're adding the type, so it'll show the different years of the institution based on what the level value is. Oh, it's looking at the actual value. Interesting. Okay. Maybe that's okay. What I was kind of going on about is it's looking at if the value is equal to 1 instead of if the enum is equal to, the specific enum. That's okay, not a problem. It's kind of a magic number that I'm not a huge fan of, but it's not the end of the world. Yet. Oh yeah, okay. Remember we changed the database, so let's delete it. And you'll see in my workflow, that's why I have that purge. I'll typically write a purge statement that will save me from having to do this manually, but it's 2 seconds. Not the end of the world. The reason I may not want to put purge in there is because if I forget to take it out, somebody might accidentally click it. Might accidentally get triggered when you don't want it to do. Just a lot of things can kind of go wrong. Okay, Allen County. There we go. Look at that. 2-year institution. It is public. It is Title IX eligible. Look at, I mean, we're cooking. We're cooking. Okay, let's commit. Added characteristics. Again, don't care about the edit right now. And really, I don't know how much I care about the edit in terms of this application. I kind of showed the add and the edit in terms of CRUD. But I have currently, I think it would depend on what I would want to edit, right? I'm getting the data directly from IPEDS directly. I don't know that it's necessary for me to be able to edit the data. So I'm not too worried about them. Most of the data I want is going to be from somewhere else, right? Unless I want to add extra data to it. I could have I could have user reviews and things like that we can add to it, but we'll go down that road later. Okay. Now we keep looking at our column. Keep going. Kind of think about, okay, maybe have 1 or 2 more big pushes, and then we'll be done with this data set. Highest offering. Okay. Highest offering would be useful information. So what I want to do is I want to create another enum. Call it highest degree. Highest degree to be. this. Try to give it the data. Try to give me my enum. You want to know with numbers again? That's cool. Give me the highest degree, right? Not available, not applicable, none, less than here. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Keep going. Let's just knock them out. Undergraduate degree. Okay. Let's look at the data on here because this kind of makes me a little bit worried. The undergraduate degree offering. We have ones, we have negative threes, we have one, two. Okay, what? Let's see if we can figure that out. Undergraduate degree offering. Highest degree. Okay, 1 yes, 2 no, negative 3 unknown. Okay. Are there places that offer master degrees but not undergraduate degrees? And I guess if that's true, that's the only reason I would want to collect these two things, right? Because I already know what the highest degree is. So if they offer a master's degree, you might assume they offer undergraduate degrees, but they may not. So I guess we will collect this information. I'm guessing that these are both the same. Okay. Undergraduate degree offering, graduate degree offering. Okay. We'll need to import all these too. Let's import while we're thinking about it for these three things. Oops. What's going on? Try that. Okay. That's not correct. Alright, we're gonna add our columns. Now you might be getting a cadence for how we go about this, right? We add to our columns, we see if we need any processing, and we do need processing for all of this. And so we're gonna have it kind of help us. So I've added these models. Oops, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna add them to the bottom. That'll be good. And then I'm gonna add this and say, hey, we need to process. fields I need to process, they are inputted from the CSV file since it is encoded. Okay, so we'll give it this one for this one. Here's the others. 1, 2, and then -3 unknown. I have unknown, right? Oh, undergraduate degree offerings, it's Boolean. Okay. I basically need a bool that can be unknown. We'll come back to this. Because I have some of those -3s in there. Oops, where are we at? Okay. Okay. So it's going to map the highest degree. If the value is 0 through 10, or the value is -2, -3, or the value is B, then it is going to return the highest degree. If the value is 1, it'll be 1. If the value is 2, it'll be 2. Okay. Map degree offered. Okay, maybe not. If it's -3, it's going to return none. And because my model can be null, these will just be null. Okay, they'll be empty. So that's the other option. I could create like an enum that acts as a bool with an unknown. There actually might be some sort of data type that acts like that, like a trinary type like bool or something like that, which would be interesting, but this works. So no reason to worry too much about it. Okay. Now let's add to our view. New components. Let's see what we have. And I kind of like to go in these slices because I can keep everything in my mind as far as, okay, this is what I need to do in the model, this is what I need to do in the route to import it, and then this is what I need to do to show it. See it all the way through. If you do it in big batches, it can be harder to keep it all in your mind. My style file is starting to get huge. We keep just adding to it. We may want to break it up. Probably should have broke it up when I was talking about it hours ago. Life is not fair. Okay, we've added our new group detail. Let's see what we have. We have an error. I do this every time. Okay, let's delete the data, re-import. Make sure it works. Import. Bing, bang, boom. Oh, private for profit. Yeah, that's not good. Certificate. Undergraduate program offered. Graduate program not offered. That's looking pretty good. Those FA icons are kind of making it pop. It's pretty clean. All good. Runs fast. Okay. Once again, I'm going to commit and then loop again. Loop back. Added more characteristics. Should I be more specific? Yes, 100%. You should write comments for your future self and your past. No, your future self and other people. Because your past self's not going to remember this. Okay. Degree grant. HBCU status. Do I need that? I already have if they offer a certificate, things like that. I don't think I do. I want HBCU though. So let's start moving our model over. HBCU. That'll be relevant to my students. We'll need to figure out how to import that. That's okay. Medical, yeah. Locale. I need an enum based on this. So I'm gonna give it this so it can make my enum for me. Nice and fast. Okay, great. Oh, I can use that later. Whether it's open for the public. Okay. Open to public. Hope that's a true or false code. Status. Yeah, I'll figure that out. Okay, I'm gonna make a institution status class up here. Nope. Institution status class. Okay, we got our institution status. Post-secondary, whether that flag. I don't know what that means. Let's look at that data real fast. PSE flag. Okay. So just take the flag in, I guess. Okay, so this is open to the public, active, not and Title 5 program. Okay. So maybe I'll just use this flag because this actually contains some of the information from here, right? Based on this breakdown, you can take, okay, well, if it's 1, then we know that the PSE flag's 1. Then we know that's 1. So it may not even need open public, but let's put that in. Be like a okay, let's try to figure out what that enum looks like. I'm trying to think about what it looks like, and I'm kind of having a hard time. Not in the universe, Title 5 current, not primary, not active. Interesting. Dog has a lot to say. What about 6? There's no 5. Okay, maybe there's. Oh, what did I do? Oh, okay, I don't feel great about that, but okay, I'll come back. Great. Okay, now let's go back to institutional category. And I think we'll do db.enum. right? Oh, I didn't even see you kidding. It's my bud kidding. The second best programmer I know. If I ever have a question, I just ask him. Okay. Oh, okay. I don't want to think about that too hard. We'll come back. Size and classification. I do want to do that. So let's try to add that. And this is where AI kind of really helps. Because it would take a while to really try to break down these classes, these enums successfully. Might be possible. Well, not possible. Dogs drive me insane. Okay, let's see if we can get. Is that what the data is? That's also another thing I need to check. I'm looking at basic. Oh yeah, okay, man, yeah. It is what it is. Okay, okay. Size classification. Carnegie classification. So I'll do the same thing. Class Carnegie classification. Now we're getting in the rhythm. Now we're getting in the rhythm. Okay. Tribal colleges. Okay. All right. What comes next? Final data feedback category. I don't think I'm doing that one. I don't really understand that one. Okay. I have all the models I think I want right now from this spreadsheet. Now what I need to do is I need to work on the imports. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell it, hey, I added a whole bunch. let's make sure that's right. Medical locale. Okay. HBCU medical locale public act. Instacat. Size, where I get size, institution size, where did I get Carnegie classification? Is that what I'm looking for? My dogs love people. My dogs love people so much that if they see a person they can't get to, they go crazy. Just absolutely insane. CC basic, that's what I want. Okay. Hopefully that works. Okay, I've updated those columns, and then I'll update these columns. This will be faster because it should recognize what I just added. And then I will tell it to need to update the import. Okay, I am wanting it to help me map in the routes everything. What I told it is if it's a Boolean case, you have two options, right? If it's one, it's true. If it's two, it is false, and that's just how IPEDS works. If it's anything else, oh, did I put that? If you think anything else, it should be unknown. And then for the enums, it just works with enums. So let's see what happens. My dogs are getting antsy. They want me to leave. Okay. Meatball, 1 second. Okay, so we got the mapping. Take a short break. When I come back, we'll find out. Does it work? Okay, welcome back. After that rude interruption, I'm back to kind of conclude part 2 of this. So we're going to wrap up the data file we're currently looking at and get all that data in there and showing. And then part 3 will probably be adding a second data table and connecting those data tables and looking at how to do that. But let's start with where we were. So we changed the route for importing, and now we want to test it. And remember, we need to stop our site, delete our database, and start again. I got an error with one of my enums, line 289. No enum. Okay, I'm gonna ask it to help me. I got this error. I'm gonna give my routes. I'm gonna give my routes. I'm gonna give my model. See where it goes from there. Okay. Because it's a string, we need to add that string part there. Will that be a problem? I don't think so. Okay. Okay. Yeah, why are we trying to do it from there? From man. Like, what are we talking about? So I mean, AI. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. You gotta be smarter than the tool. If you're not smarter than the tool, then you are the tool. Okay, let's import. What happens if I click the other file to import? I'll probably get an error. Oh yeah, I gotta hit upload. Oh, we got an error this time. Okay, so in one of my enums, I thought this might be an issue. If the data doesn't exactly match our enums that we've created, then we're gonna have some errors. And because the data is so complex, we are going to have some things that we need to work through. So it looks like in one of these cases, it tried to use not a number for one of the enums. So I'm going to have AI kind of help me fix that. Try to import and get this error. Okay, and we're going to try. Oh, it's the institution number. Yeah, I don't think so, but. Okay. What this is going to do is it's going to figure out if it's a value first before doing anything else. Ingestion approach. See how it plays out. I'll make sure nothing got imported. Okay, another and. Let's see. Handle properly. Okay. I'm trying to understand how this is different. This is just removing a comment. This removing a comment. This will return the institution value if the range is between 1 and 7. Okay, that's what this does, else it's none. That feels the same. I want to keep. And this is why, if I broke it into smaller chunks, I wouldn't be dealing with this. Would this faster? I don't know. This doesn't feel faster though. Okay. Oh, can I not allow none on my enum fields? Noble's true, noble's true, noble's true. That's, okay. Trying to see if I can find like not a number in there. I don't think so. Okay, if this doesn't work, try something else. Kitten, what do you think? Okay. Kitten says they should have done it in smaller pieces because this is the complex part. He says I've been coding for 6 hours now. It's probably time to start wrapping up. Institution category. Okay, let me think. Okay. Institution category. Map institution category. institution category. What I may try is just adding that to my model. Institution category. No, it has to be a number. Like, what are we talking about here? Okay. I'm gonna try this. Oops. I hope that kid's given up. Interesting. It wants to add this clean enum value, so we can clean the enum value. I think I need that. Let's just try this first. Let's just try this first. The question I had, I changed this, but I didn't change the model, so it should be okay. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna try it. Okay. I don't know if this is gonna clean it. I feel like it's trying to do not a number or something like that, but okay. Sometimes programming makes you feel great. Sometimes programming makes you feel not so good. Okay, this is a new one. This is non against Carnegie classification. Can we do the same for Carnegie classification? makes sense to me. This does not, but okay. If it's a float value first, okay, then turn it into an int. It's like, okay. Adding unknown there, okay, that's good. Okay, we're getting closer. So this approach is working. We have a little tiny function in here that is going to clean our values. If it's not a number or something that you wouldn't expect, we automatically create it unknown. So that works. That works. That's a new one. This code. We can see, man, this is getting big, right? I would move this to its own file, and I would probably start to try to break it up if I could. But we're almost done with the importing. What do you mean, like? Okay, this looks a lot better. We'll use pandas library to help us leverage. I didn't realize that pandas had a way to replace encoding errors. Interesting. So we got a lot of changes. Let's try it. Yeah, that looks a lot cleaner there. Okay, so it's going to save a temporary file. Why? I don't know about that, but okay. We have an error somewhere. Oops. Boom, bang, bam. Okay. I hope this works. If not, processing current key. That's not what it's called, right? AI. Like I said, sometimes good, sometimes bad. You might be like, oh yeah, I made this mistake. You know, it's not that good. You know how many mistakes I make when I just write code? It's crazy. Cool, now we're back to our, not a number, but maybe this can't, we can fix this, okay. I got this error. Maybe we need to clean it. Add unknown. We update our routes. This will map the flag based on stupid stuff. This is way complex, more complex than most data systems just because we have a stupid mapping of flags. Just makes life a little harder. Okay, so we clean that data. Maybe one or two more. Let's see. Oh, got this error. What do you mean as an error? Oh, yeah. See, did it again, did it again. PSCT flag, okay. I mean, we may get there, yeah, we'll see. Like I said, maybe one more. Enum, institution, local, so yes. This error. Issue with other fields and mappings in my. Okay, we'll also change the institution classification size, so there's an unknown. We'll change them all. So I didn't have unknown inside my. Oh yeah, inside my enums. So now we've added a unknown, and then we're also going to clean the values of everything. Everything will be cleaned, so they all get cleaned. You can kind of see that here. We've cleaned the values. Local institution category. That should be good. Okay. Now let's see where we're at. I feel better about that. I don't anticipate many issues. Hit it. There we go. It's a little slower using this new method. It's having to save the CSV file and do all that, so it seems a little slower. Less than 30 seconds, right? Not the end of the world for 6,000 records. Okay, now we have all this new information. Let's get all that information onto the view, and then let's wrap it up, wrap it up, wrap it up. All right. Added these new models, including enums. I want to include them in the institution view. Here's the style sheet we can edit. Okay, letting it know what you can use. So it has access to the style sheet, has access to the models. Let it know, hey, you can use FA icons, all that good stuff. Generating, 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 generating. So it's going to give us all that new stuff in there. Am I gonna, am I gonna look at all this, read all this? Nah, I'm not. Nah, I'm at the end of my session. So it's been. I started in the morning. I'm not stopped until now. So I am kind of near the end of where I want to be. But if I was being more careful, I'd read carefully through the code. But I'm just gonna test it. I'd read carefully through the code. We can see the badge styles here. One of the things about the badge styles is I know there's overlap with the other badge styles. So you need to figure out how do I separate the CS file or condense it down. All right, and then we kind of reload. Yeah, okay, we got additional characteristics. Is it a med school? Yes. Open to the public? Yes. HBU? No. Town remote. Only doctoral degrees, no undergraduates. So yeah, you know how we talked about, I was kind of worried I could get the highest degree. Like, why did I need to know if it offered an undergraduate degree? And we see here, right? Especially medical schools, you can't apply unless you have an undergraduate degree. Okay, so we have all of our college information. Probably time to now commit. Still all searchable and all that. And I could put some of that information on the table here. I can edit all that good stuff. So, but let's commit and wrap up. Full spreadsheet data imported to ready. Okay, so today I started with nothing, an idea. And what we've done is we've developed everything we've needed to kind of get that idea started and off the ground. I now have a web application that holds all of my colleges and institutions. I can import those institutions via a CSV file, via IPEDS. In the future, I may look to see, does IPEDS have API that we can directly pull from, right, instead of using CSV files. I can add new institutions, by that. I can search institutions, and by names and things like this. And then we can look at actual institutions and see, okay, yeah, what kind of type are they? They're less than 2 years, they're public, where they're at, their URLs, are they HBU, CUs, or are they rural, how big are they, what kind of degrees they offer. And this is just the start, remember? When we looked at that IPEDS data, I kind of went through it fast, but there are lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of data on all of the colleges. So we can get very, very deep, right? Just on institutional characteristics alone, we have like 6 different spreadsheets to choose from. And it really breaks it down by all this. We can next look at like student charges for academic year, right? Educational offerings. There's a lot to it. So that's the next thing we'll kind of look at and kind of break down are these things now that we have the directory kind of set up. But yeah, thanks for watching so far. Hopefully you've gotten a lot out of this, and I just want to show, a couple things, right? One, how to use AI effectively if you're an experienced programmer, but also how you can leverage really easy tools like Python and HTML and CSS to build really high quality web apps easily. I could put this onto a web hosting today and get this up and running. Like it's just easy. For less than $15 a month, I could be running a web application today. So it's the floor is getting lower, and now is the time for if you have an idea, now's your time to build. So next time we'll build out more and kind of see where we go from there. Thanks for watching this unscripted look at programming.